ratio and the mesophilic and thermophilic condition to assess the effects of both substrate on biogas production and also identify the optimal condition for biogas production. So for the experimental, some key operational consideration was used, including a substrate concentration of 10 gram Vs per liter, a substrate to inoculum ratio of 0.5, and hydraulic rotation time of 30 days, and a daily 1-minute magnetic stirring applied to avoid sedimentation and scum formation. And then the accurate substrate quantity was calculated using those formula. After, during the experimental biogas production, yields were monitored using the Ancon gas production system, and then the biogas cumulative volume was calculated using those formula. Finally, statistical analysis was applied including descriptive statistic, two-way ANOVA and post-hoc tests to calculate mean value and standard deviation, and also to assess the effect of CN ratio and temperature on the biogas yield. So now let's go to the main results we obtained from our study. First of all, the physicochemical analysis revealed that both poultry manure and cocoa pod ash was characterized by high volatile solid and energy content, with the cocoa pod ash showing the highest value. So this result justify or confirm their suitability for biogas production. But even if they are suitable, so each of the substrate was characterized and show some limitation that could negatively impact the production process. So as you can see, the cocoa pod ash was characterized by high lignin content and high CN ratio, which can limit substrate biodegradability. While poultry manure was characterized by high ash content, contributing to the dilution effect of its organic load, and a low CN ratio, which can lead to ammonia inhibition. Additionally, the poultry manure was also characterized by a nutrient density and a strong alkalinity, which can contribute to its buffering capacity. And now, regarding the biogas potential assessment, as we can see, the monodigestion confirmed the differences between cocoa pod ash and poultry manure. And then, as we can see, cocoa pod ash with a biogas potential of 244.65 milliliter per gram Vs display the highest biogas yield, but with an early peak production following by a rapid decrease in the profile. While for poultry manure with a biogas potential of 210.73 milliliter per gram Vs displays the lowest biogas yield, but with a more stable production profile, which can be attributed to its buffering capacity. So now, regarding the co-digestion performance, as we predicted, the... 1 minute to conclude. Okay. So the anaerobic co-digestion significantly improved the biogas yield, and as we can see, the highest performance was achieved at CN25 with a biogas yield of 348.65 milliliter per gram Vs. Per gram Vs under mesophilic condition, and this contributes to an improvement of 65.5% improvement over poultry manure, and 42.51% over cocoa pod ash. Additionally, the CN30 also show a significant improvement. However, the CN20 and 35 show the lowest improvement. So this result identify both CN25 and 30 as the optimal condition under the mesophilic condition. So regarding the comparative effect of both CN ratio, temperature effect, and their interaction, the results show that the CN ratio was the significant influential parameter, with the CN25 especially and 30 having the highest performance. However, the temperature effect was not significant, but the interactive effect between temperature and CN ratio was significant, showing that the temperature effect depends strongly on the substrate composition, especially the CN ratio. And then, as you can see in the figure, So the mesophilic condition show the best performance for low CN ratio, while the thermophilic condition show the best performance at high CN ratio. Additionally, regarding the process stability, the mesophilic digestion show a more stable biogas production, while the thermophilic one show less stable with gradual, with great fluctuation and some negative value. So this observation identifies the mesophilic condition as the best option for biogas production in our region. So in conclusion, this study demonstrated that poultry manure and cocoa pod ash are suitable for biogas production and also shows strong complementarity for co-digestion process, with poultry manure providing buffering capacity and cocoa pod ash providing energy density. So as a result, as I said, poultry manure and cocoa pod ash show a biogas potential of 210.73 and 244 respectively under mesophilic condition. Additionally, the co-digestion contribute to enhance the biogas production with the CN ratio 25 and 30 under mesophilic showing the best performance. So from this study, we can say that the mesophilic co-digestion appear to be the most suitable for biogas production in the region. So finally, for future research, these are some perspectives I can propose, including pretreatment strategy by exploring mechanical, thermal, or chemical pretreatment method to overcome the high leaning barrier related to the cocoa pod ash. Also, a biogas quality assessment to analyze the biogas content and evaluate the energy potential and the suitability for hand use. Also, digested valorization to conduct agronomic trial, test nutrient availability, evaluate soil fertility, and also crop yield improvement to assess the safety and environmental impact of digested use. And finally, a techno-economical analysis and environmental assessment to evaluate the scalability and cost effectiveness and also a climate impact of biogas production. So these are the references I use. Thank you for your attention.
Wow. Those who designed the program, thank you very much that you put me as a moderator. I actually teach academic writings and research methodology. And I think the brother tried to blackmail me emotionally by having a nice methodology design. I think it shows that Africa is having some crop of young people coming up. I'm a retired youth, so that's why I'm saying young people are coming up. ACO have set a standard high. Very nice conclusion, and I expect the next presenters to keep it that way. Okay, so next presenter is George Kofi Park. This is Kofi Annan. No, your name is reminding me of Secretary General. Okay, please have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning once again, everyone. This morning I'll be sharing excerpts from my PhD studies, which focused on optimizing the aqueous pyrolysis condensates that you normally obtain from fast pyrolysis for subsequent downstream microbial conversion. So without much ado, I begin my talk. So I start with a background, and I'm sure most of you are probably aware that the dependence on fossil fuels does not only come with rising carbon footprints, but these resources are also finite and they will eventually run out. So this has necessitated the exploitation of other sources of energy and also valuable chemicals, and biomass has popped up. Numerous conversion pathways for converting biomass into valuable products has also popped up. The most common ones are the thermochemical and the biochemical conversion of this biomass into liquid fuels and also other valuable products. Now, fast pyrolysis, which has also made the headlines over the years, has also gained very significant attention owing to its competitive advantages over the other conversion methods, because it facilitates the conversion of varieties of biomass feedstocks, and it also helps with the conversion of dense biomass solids into liquid intermediates that could be used subsequently. So what is the objective of this study then? Fast pyrolysis converts biomass into valuable liquid products, and during fast pyrolysis, you are able to convert the products into different fractions of liquids. Now, the common product that you usually get is a dense organic rich condensate, which has seen numerous applications for fuels and also other valuable chemicals. However, during fractional condensation, there is also a side stream that is generated from the process, and this is mostly contained in water, around about 80 weight percent and above. And most of the time on industrial scale processes, this product is burned. So they put in more energy to burn this product. And that also comes at an extra cost to the process. In some cases, this product would have to be chemically treated before being discarded, which is also coming at an extra cost. However, the good news is quite recently, the conversion of this side stream aqueous product into valuable microbial conversion, it has popped up. So this is because this product contains valuable chemicals like acetic acid and acetol, which facilitates downstream microbial conversion. However, unfortunately, at the same time, this compound also contains products that inhibits the growth of these microbes. And some of these products you would find are furfural and also aromatics, which also kill these microbes. So the objective of this study was to optimize the composition of this product such that we limit the composition of these products that does not facilitate the microbial conversion and rather optimize the ones that do. So how was this approached? We are all aware that during condensation, a lot of separation happens, and there are a lot of compounds generated during the fast pyrolysis condensation process. And different compounds with different boiling points are also in there. So we try to leverage the differences in boiling points of these compounds to be able to separate the ones that we don't need, or in other words, the ones that kill the microbes, and rather increase the concentration of the ones that do. So we set up a phase equilibrium modeling process to optimize this. And subsequently, we used the response surface methodology to find out where our optimum conditions would lie during the condensation process. Interestingly, following the theoretical phase equilibrium modeling, the model was experimentally validated on a 10 kilogram per hour pyrolysis unit to see how realistic these theoretical model predictions look like. And for this particular project, 3 different biomass feedstocks were utilized. These are ash-rich biomass feedstock that you would commonly find all over, wheat straw, miscanthus, and coffee husk. And I'll be walking you through how each of these biomass feedstocks behaved as far as the conversion process into the aqueous side stream is concerned. So I begin with how the model was set up. So on your screen now are the input parameters that were fed into the model. And so we grouped these compounds into promoters, or what we also call the substrates. These are compounds that we need because the microbes like these ones. And then at the same time, we also grouped them into the inhibitors, which you find on the right-hand side. And these compounds are what are not compatible with the growth of the microbes. So the overall objective was to try and optimize the compounds that were grouped on your left and minimize the compounds that you see on your right. And these groupings were based on screening that was done in collaboration with our technical biology department to see how they react with regards to the microbes. Subsequently, it is also very important to mention how the model was conducted. And these were some of the equations that governed the modeling process. We used the UNIFAC Dortmund activity coefficient model because obviously the condensation system it's a non-ideal one, and we would like to simulate these non-ideal processes as much as we could. And this was also hinged on the generalized law of Raoult and Dalton. And the Wagner equation was also used to estimate the vapor pressures of the compounds that were used as a model mixtures, which I've shown you on the previous slide. So just walking you through the optimization design. As I mentioned earlier, we leveraged response surface methodology in the design expert software. And the factors that we looked at were the condensation temperatures of the two stages of the condensers. The first one, where we usually recover the organic rich condensate, and the second one, where we recover the aqueous condensate. This is our product of interest. And so for the first condensation stage, we investigated the temperature range of 80 to 120 degrees Celsius. And the second, we investigated the range between 10 and 50. And again, obviously, we investigated how these temperature ranges affected the concentrations or the mass fractions of the substrates or the promoters, which we are interested in the aqueous condensate, as well as the inhibitory compounds as well. The yield of the aqueous condensate that we would also generate in the end was also of much importance. So we also looked at how these parameters affected that as well. And subsequently, we also generated some combined parameters which further substantiate how the behavior of these earlier two parameters I've mentioned looks like. And you'll be seeing that in subsequent slides. So again, I mentioned earlier that the theoretical model predictions were validated experimentally on a 10 kilogram per hour pyrolysis development unit. And this is on your screen. So over here, the laser doesn't work, but it's basically a process where you convert the biomass feedstocks and you have a condensation system that extracts the heavy organic rich condensate, which you see on the bottom left, and then the aqueous condensate at much lower temperatures, which you see on the bottom right. And that is the product of interest. This is the product we are trying to optimize to make sure that the final products are compatible with microbial conversion. So to the results, and this is from the theoretical modeling and then subsequently the response surface methodology that was conducted. On the first result, which is the promoters or the substrate, we realized that generally increasing the temperatures on both condensation units kind of facilitated or increased the concentrations of promoters that you would recover in the aqueous condensate. This is good news because most of the heavy components which kill these microbes were recovered on the first condensation stage. So the light ones, like the acetic acids, which help with the growth of the microbes, were recovered on the subsequent stage. And so this trend you are seeing is obvious. And so contrary, you see in the second result that for the inhibitory compounds, these are compounds that we wouldn't want. And we also noticed that concurrently increasing the temperatures on both stages suppressed the concentrations of these compounds in the aqueous condensate. We also realized, obviously, that especially for the first condensation unit, increasing the temperature as high as 120 degrees suppresses the yield of the aqueous condensate, which is also obvious because most of the water is retained on the first stage instead. So to get a clearer picture of how these results look like, we generated two parameters. That is the ratio of the substrate or the promoters to the inhibitory compounds. And that is what is displayed on your left. And this gives you a much more clearer trend of how the temperatures affect the promoters or the substrate compounds to the inhibitory compounds. And clearly you could see that increasing the temperature on both units facilitated the concentrations of promoters or substrate compounds in the aqueous condensate due to the fact that this ratio, the higher the ratio, then it means the higher the substrates. It's the same scenario on the right-hand side, but this time around, we've also included the yield of the aqueous condensate. just so we see how these parameters are also affecting the yield as well, because the yield of the product is also very much important to us. And likewise, you also see, sure, thank you. And likewise, you also see very similar trend. For miscanthus, the trend for promoters was very similar, but for inhibitory compounds, we realized that it was the other way around. We saw the inhibitory compounds rather increasing with increasing the temperatures. And this was because there were some inhibitory compounds originally present in this biomass feedstock, which were seen to increase as you increase the temperatures. However, when we also did the parameter combinations, we also realized that temperature combinations of 120 to 50 degrees on the first and second condensation stages were still working out well. For the third biomass feedstock, this is also very similar to miscanthus. The trends were pretty much the same, so due to time constraints, I will not be able to delve much more deep into this. On the parameters of the organic rich condensate, which other people would term as the main product that you would get from the pyrolysis of biomass feedstock, we noticed that our optimized conditions for getting this aqueous condensate into conditions that would convert the microbes were suppressing the yields of the organic rich condensate. And this is also a concern which should be addressed in subsequent studies. And then again on your screen, the experimental validations were compared to the model predictions. The trends were largely comparable. However, for the substrate and inhibitory compounds, we find some significant deviations. And these were obviously due to some lapse in the model. And this we have also recommended subsequent models that should be able to handle some of these lapses. So to conclude, we realized that temperature combinations of 120 and 50 degrees Celsius on the first and second condensation stages were our optimum conditions that were giving us the composition of the aqueous condensate that we desire. We also noticed how good the Unifac-Dortmund model performed in predicting this process. And it is also very important to see that leveraging fractional condensation is very important for a key pre-treatment of the aqueous. And before, this optimization process obviously has reduced the composition of the aqueous, of the organic rich condensate, which is also a very important product that you would develop from past pyrolysis. So a techno-economic assessment to find some kind of compromise is very important, and we have recommended this for subsequent studies. And also, we have also recommended robust models that are able to handle some of the lapses we saw with the Unifac-Dortmund model that we have used for this study. Before I bring my talk to a close, I would like to acknowledge these organizations for funding support. And thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kofi. You completed your PhD? Okay. Congratulations. PhDs are not nice things. Some families broke up because the people are spending sleepless night in laboratories. The next is Justin Lazarus, who is going to present on optimizing waste-to-energy technology in sub-Saharan Africa, a systematic review and comparative analysis of Nigeria and Malawi. Is it Naya? Okay, I think she's online. Or is it a he? Sometimes names misread. This side you would think Justine is a woman, but on the other side, it's a man. Is Justine online? Can you get the indication? Who is checking? Is it you? Oh.
Good morning.
Yes? Oh, sorry, it's a man. Justine, please, the floor is yours. You have
Thank you.
10 minutes.
Is my slide on? Can you see my slide, please? Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Justin.
Is it here or? Huh? Justin, can you start? Time is not a hospitable commodity.
I'm sorry. I had an issue, but if I can speak now.
Okay. We start counting.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Justin, and I'm presenting on optimizing waste to energy technology in sub-Saharan Africa, a systematic review and comparative analysis of Nigeria and Malawi. I'm presenting on behalf of David Olukoni and Makendawaya Teresa. We are all affiliated to Covenant University and Movers in Malawi. I'm here under ASIM Mobility Scholarship. So this will be my presentation outline. So the surrounding issues, we have a dual challenge in Africa, basically, as a result of escalating municipal solid waste and then energy deficit. That is, on one hand, we have so much waste being produced that can be used to solve the issues of energy. And then we have issues of hazardous emissions resulting from open burning. And of course, this result also to environmental impact, such as air pollution and contamination of soil and water. Now, in most West African countries or in sub-Saharan Africa, waste is treated as a burden rather than being treated as a resource, especially through the make and dispose model, which has failed over time. But waste to energy technologies can help to convert this waste into usable energy and then helping to reduce landfill usage and provide alternative energy sources. Now, positioning the waste to energy technologies. Now, recall that the main aim of circular economy is to ensure that the waste are being reused as a resource. Now, the circular economy, as we know, uses the waste hierarchy. And the waste to energy technology, although falls at the lowest hierarchy, but then it can be used to provide solution to energy deficit in West Saharan Africa by maximizing waste at their lowest point. So Nigeria and Malawi situation. While Nigeria is a high volume complex economy, Malawi is a smaller agro-based nation. And we can see the waste production rate in the two countries. So resource recovery efforts. Over time, the nations have tried to carry out some resource recovery and energy conversion efforts, but they failed over time due to technology mismatch, especially with results to the fixed stock that is being used and then financial constraint. And then we have inability to secure power purchase agreement, and then the challenge of sustainability after donors' efforts or the presence of donor-aided project, like in the case of Malawi. So context is very critical. While waste to energy technologies can help to reduce environmental challenges and solve energy deficit, direct importation of this model, the global north model, may fail because of the peculiarity of the context, especially with regards to the type of waste that is being generated, especially with regards to resource recovery efforts that have been used in the past. And as such, this research aimed to identify strategies for optimizing waste to energy technology within circular economic framework in Nigeria and Malawi through a systematic review. So this is the methodology we use. We use this PRISMA model 2020 guideline to synthesize studies from literature between 2010 and 2025. And this is the, on the right-hand side here, we have the search string that we use for Scopus, and then the extensive work, the other search strings are also presented there. So in our initial study, we had about 2,475 data that was identified. So following the exclusion and inclusion criteria, we're able to arrive at 51 studies that were included for the synthesis. So findings and insight. Nigeria has a massive waste stream. It was found that Nigeria generated about 32 to 45 million tons of waste annually, but most of them end up as in open dumping, accounting for about 65% of the disposal, causing resource loss and severe environmental pollution. Daily waste of about 75,000 tons, of which 53.7% organic content could produce about 2 million cubic metric of biogas daily. The waste composition. Most of the waste in Nigeria are organic in nature, and that is similar to Malawi, and which can be used for composting and biogas production. Plastic waste constitutes about 10 to 11% of total waste, which is significant for energy potential. And then the energy potential has been, over time, has been estimated to be about 71% from the municipal solid waste, especially in regions like Abia, from the study conducted in 2024. Then the biogas potential in Abeokuta, for instance, about 100 million cube of biogas can be produced annually. Now, coming to Malawi, an agro-based developing economy, the waste profile, you can see that 70 to 80% of the waste is organic, and this makes it ideal for anaerobic digestion and composting. Then, of course, the policy strengths. In the past, they have been trying to put in some policies like the thin plastic enforcement and circular economic alliance strategies, basically at pilot level. And then, of course, the issues of funding has been the major challenges. Plastic waste, an energy gold mine. And that is one thing that in Sub-Saharan Africa, like Nigeria and Malawi, we're yet to fully utilize or take advantage of. It has been estimated that about 17.3 million barrels of crude oil can come from plastic waste via pyrolysis. And I thank God the previous presenter has already done some things. I think they worked on their project is about pyrolysis and how it can be optimized. So with that, we can be able to take advantage or leverage on plastic waste. And then the energy potential, the electricity potential is about 7.1 million as 2018. So waste to energy technologies, how are they suitable for our context? So this table presents the advantages and the disadvantages of waste to energy technologies. Like remember that the waste to energy technologies are divided into biochemical and thermochemical processes. So for the thermochemical processes, these are some of them, and these are the advantages and the disadvantages we found from literature. And then also here we have the biochemical processes. So in summary, anaerobic digestion is ideal for wet, biodegradable waste, producing biogas and nutrient-rich digestate, which is highly flexible in scale. So it can easily be scaled up. And then landfill to gas energy captures methane from decomposition. It is cost-effective for large engineered landfill, but inefficient at open dump site. The incineration requires high capital costs, skilled labor, and requires high calorific waste, low moisture and feedstock. And this makes it poorly suited for Malawi and Nigeria. What are some of the gaps? We have the major issues include poor allocation for environmental issues. So during budget, there is not so much that is being allocated for tackling environmental issues, especially with regards to converting waste into energy. And then technical deficiency, inadequate waste collection systems, lack of trained personnel, and
Justin,
no standard.
you have
Yes?
1 minute to conclude.
All right. So this strategic framework for CE and waste to energy optimization. On the right-hand side, we have the circular economy paradigm shift. If we are to achieve circular economy paradigm shift via waste to energy technology, we should try and follow this framework that is for waste to energy technology, especially with regard to the context in view. And then on the right-hand side, policy and governance reform is needed, technology and infrastructure, economic incentive, community education. Then a very important aspect of the waste to energy technology optimization in Nigeria and Malawi context is formalizing the informal sector. That is putting this as a very important aspect. And some of the strategies that can be used is to provide recognition and legal backing for the informal sector, offer health and safety skills, and so on and so forth. Then the context-specific optimization strategy for Nigeria and Malawi. For Nigeria, since there are already some landfills that are available, we can prioritize landfill project and then put more finance into it, and then develop resource derived fuels for cement core processing. And then for Malawi, they can replicate 40 to 500 meter cube market digesters like the one we have in Lizulu pilots project. In conclusion, the key insight, this systematic review reveals that optimizing waste to energy for resource recovery within circular economy framework requires a radical adaptation to local context, direct technology transfer from the global north may fail. The lack of integrated comparative research linking waste properties to technology choice is a challenge. And hence, we need to implement a practical context-sensitive framework for sustainable resource recovery and circular economic integration. These are the selected references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. So the next presenter would be, I don't know whether we say Fane or Fanny. Geneba. Okay, Geneba Fanny, going to present on assessment of biomass potential for bioenergy production in Mali, enhancing energy security. It's online. Are you there, Fanny?
Yes, please.
Okay, the floor is yours. Let's manage time. 41:09, you should be done.
All right. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm Geneva Fane, and I'm excited to present on my topic, which is on assessment of biomass potential for bioenergy production in Mali, enhancing energy security. Straight to the background, Mali is known as a large landlocked country located in the West Africa, sub-Sahara of West Africa, with an area of 1.2 million kilometers squared. It has a high dominance on rural population, about 68%, and has diverse climate with a tropical savanna in the south, a hot semi-arid in the center, and a hot desert in the northern part. The country have low access to electricity. According to Africa Energy Portal in 2020, about 23 million of inhabitants, only 11 million had access to electricity at the national level, with 9 million in the urban area and only 2 in the rural area. The International Renewable Energy Agency ARENA for the same year has shared the electricity generation as follows, with 57% for hydropower, 38% for oil, and only 3% for solar and biomass as renewable. However, the country have heavy reliance on traditional biomass such as.
I know it's a marathon.
Yes,
The technicians are asking if you have headsets. If you have them, apparently remove them. Use them. Oh, you must use them.
Sorry.
It was a wrong communication. They are asking if you have headsets. You must use them.
Okay.
Okay, you can continue.
Can you hear me? Please, can you hear me?
Yes, but the technicians are saying there are some echoes in your background. Are you in a confined space?
Yes.
Oh, if there is a door, maybe open the doors so that some can escape.
Please, can you hear me now?
Okay, try.
Now?
Yes. Yeah, it's better. Continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just continue.
All right. I was saying however, the country have heavy reliance on traditional biomass such as firewood and charcoal, which is mainly used for cooking and drive to deforestation, with about 500,000 hectares of forest which is destroyed per year. In 2020, biomass accounting for about 64% of the total energy supply. Furthermore, agriculture contributes to 40% of the gross domestic product of the country and employs about 80% of the population due to his agro-pastoral sector. The first problem raised here is the limited access to electricity, then followed by an quantification of biomass resources availability, even though studies show that the country have heavy reliance on biomass, but till now, these resources remain largely unaccessed and underused. There comes a need to estimate its energy conversion potential by covering all the major regions and diversifying the renewable energy sources. Hence, to fill this gap, the present research aims to assess the biomethane, biohydrogen, and energy potential from cereal crops, reduce livestock manure, and municipal solid waste with the aim of enhancing the country's energy security, having the first specific objective determining the potential of cereal crops, livestock, and municipal solid waste annually, followed by a calculation of biomethane, biohydrogen, and energy potential from the combination of livestock and municipal solid waste through gasification, then biohydrogen potential calculation from cereal crops through gasification, and finally to recommend the most suitable technology for hydrogen production for each region depending on the production. The study area for this research were the 9 main regions of Mali, according to the division before 2016 due to Asia data access, wherever Tauden and Menaka were left, but part of Tombouctou and Gao, which were present for the assessment. The livestock, the feedstock used as livestock, we have cattle, sheep, goats, horses, donkey, camels, and pigs and poultry. For cereal crops, I used millet, sorghum, rice, wheat, maize, and fonio. For municipal solid waste, our focus was on urban area because there the waste generated is much higher compared to the rural areas. In the method of data collection, data were collected from 2013 to 2018 from official reports of the National Institute of Statistics, the official census of population and housing for also scientific papers. And then the theoretical and technical potential were calculated using formulas just below. For livestock waste potential, we use the number of head of the animal, the collection coefficients, and the manual health of the animal. For cereal crops, it was the annual production of cereal crop in each region, the residue to product ratio, and the surplus fraction. For municipal solid waste, we use the urban population for each region, the waste generated there, and the organic fraction in municipal solid waste, followed by the collection rate. By summing up the livestock waste potential, the usable cereal crops, and the technical municipal solid waste, the total biomass for the whole country was calculated. For the projection from the year 2020 to 2045, the compound annual growth rate was used, which is commonly applied to estimate the average yearly rate growth of a variable over time. Now, by combining the livestock and municipal solid waste through gasification, the theoretical biomethane potential was obtained using Boswell equation. Then still maintaining a formula for theoretical biohydrogen potential as it is the most widely method used for hydrogen potential currently. Then they are using equation 13 and 14 below, the energy potential was obtained. For cereal crop, because of its low moisture content, pass through gasification to produce biohydrogen using the general equation for biomass gasification, which was then simplified to equation 17 below by making some assumptions. Then overall, the technical potential was obtained by multiplying the theoretical with the conversion efficiency for each process. The first result got include the cattle, sheep, goats, horses potential in the southern and western Mali, and it shows that the capital city Bamako showed the least potential over time, while Sikasso, part of the southern region, was high promising potential, especially for cattle. For donkey, camel, pigs, and poultry potential in the western and southern Mali, in contrast compared to the previous one, the capital city Bamako shows the highest poultry waste potential due to urban rising urban demand and commercialization of feedstock. Coming to the central and northern parts of the country, it is mostly the central region which shows the highest potential for cattle waste, while horses show the low potential for all the regions over time. Now for the year 2020-2045, still in the central and northern part of the country, donkey, camels, pigs, and poultry potential is demonstrated in the present figure, and it shows high potential in all the northern region, especially in Kidal, where poultry have the highest potential over time. Coming to cereal crops in the western, southern, central, and northern Mali, for millet, sorghum, and rice, it is in the western part, Kai, where sorghum shows the highest potential, while in the northern, it is Gao, where rice show the highest potential. For maize, wheat, and fonio potential in the western part, Kulguru show the highest potential, while it is Gao, where we have wheat having the highest potential. For municipal solid waste, due to the high urban population density in the western part, Kulguru shows the highest potential over time compared to the northern part where we have low urban population. Where the data were collected from 2013 to 2018, the total biomass potential is represented in the figure, and this is for 2020 to 2045, the projected here, and it shows that livestock waste is dominant. We have followed by the cereal crops potential, then the organic fraction of municipal solid waste came last. For biomethane potential, the theoretical potential is for the year 2013-2018 is represented here, and the dark green shows the theoretical, while the light one is for the technical. It shows that the central region multi has the highest biomethane potential over time. The same thing for the projected here from 2030 to 2045, and we can see the difference between them. This is the theoretical is much greater than the technical due to the conversion efficiency. For the energy potential in gigawatt per hour, for the data used, it is still the same region multi, the central we show the highest potential for energy, and we can see the gap between the theoretical and technical. This is due to much greater for the biomethane potential due to the high conversion efficiency. For the hydrogen potential, the theoretical is presented in the dark blue, while the technical in light blue. It is multi, the same region that show the highest potential, and the gap between the theoretical and technical is not much as the in energy due to the conversion efficiency. Coming to cereals crop through gasification in megamole, it is represented here and showing from the year 2020 to 2045 in the 5 main region considers, and the western part Gao show the highest potential, while in contrast compared to anaerobic digestion, where the central region show the highest potential for gasification. This is the region that show the lowest potential for hydrogen production. There are using the production, the hydrogen potential in 2045 through anaerobic and digestion is represented here. The anaerobic digestion in green, while the gasification in blue. The top 5 countries which had the highest potential were selected for anaerobic digestion, with top 1 Segu, followed by Mopti, Tombouctou, Bamako, and Kidal. For gasification, it was the top 4, starting with Akai, Gao, Kulikoro, and Sikasu. The limitations in this study include incomplete data availability. Some data were not accessible for some years. Also, economic feasibility was not conducted properly, the level of cost of hydrogen, level of cost of electricity, and lastly, the life cycle analysis to see the environmental impact. To conclude, biomass show a great potential over time in Mali, which goes from 70,000 kiloton in 2022 to over 10 million kiloton in 2045, has total dominated by livestock waste. And the study has shown that Mali will produce about 9 billion gigawatt hour of energy, or 1 billion of megawatt of hydrogen, with the combination of all the livestock and organic fraction of municipal solid waste consider in the 9 main area by 2045 through anaerobic digestion technically. At the same time, about 200 million megawatt of hydrogen will be produced with cereal crops in the 5 main regions considered by 2045 through gasification technically, if all the feedstock are utilized. And these ratios, the finding have formed a critical baseline in the identification of priority regions and biomass sources for energy recovery strategies for Mali, contributing not only to the advancements of circular economic practices, but also renewable energy development in Africa. Thank you for your kind attention.
Very much, Fanny, for that wonderful presentation. We are moving toward the next presentation that will be delivered by Jane Dami, who is going to look at assessment of bioenergy potential of Guinea grass for anaerobic digestion in Ghana. It's going to be in person. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, my name is James Dami. Here to present on the assessment of bio potential of elephant grass for anaerobic digestion in Ghana. Now, this will be my presentation outline as I'll look at some introduction to what we are going to do, and then it goes up to results and discussion. Then we conclude whether what we want to achieve has been achieved. Okay, so we tend to have a lot of energy problems in Ghana, where we are looking at some of the possible ways of finding a green solution. Now, based on that, Ghana is diving into the renewable energy, especially the bioenergy spectrum. Currently, there's been a lot of research where it looks into most of the anaerobic digestion aspect, where we are trying to use most of the biomass or waste that we generate in Ghana to produce biogas and see if we can use to solve some of the energy crisis we have. Now, this contributes to most of the, I think, SG goals 6, 7, 13, and 14, and 15 as it has been established. Today, I'm going to stray away. Most of the biomass we've been looking at, either it's waste or basically food itself, food or food waste, which tend to have, especially if we are using the food, tend to have a little bit of challenge because we are people that we love our lignocellulosic foods, especially cassava. Now, I'm going to turn away from first, as in the first generation, biofuel source, and move towards the second generation and third generation to target a very good, potential grass that we tend to have all over tropic regions in Africa. Now, that's Guinea grass. Now, Guinea grass has a mature growth rate of within 4 months. Elephant grass barely need fertilizer to grow. It can grow in most soil types and can reach up to almost about 4 meters within 4 months, making me very short when I see them. Now, what we are going to do today is we are going to look at the bioenergy potential of this in aspect of anaerobic digestion. It's going to be very short as we are going to look at the physiochemical analysis of these grass, and then also we look at the theoretical biochemical methane potential of this. That's where we will. And then later, at the end, we will compare some of these parameters with other biomasses that have been established already in the Ghanaian spectrum for biogas production. What we did was we collected the biomass, that's the elephant grass from a region we call Kumasi, as in Ashanti region in Ghana. The samples were chopped, grinded. Some parts were dried and some parts was left as it was collected, as in without drying. And we performed the post-mate analysis both on the dry basis and then wet basis. We did some ultimate analysis to find the elemental composition of this. Then we move on to find the atomic ratios. Then we move on to the theoretical biochemical methane potential of this using some selected equations that have been reported in literature. Now, this is the post-mate analysis on both dry basis and wet basis for the elephant grass. Now, we could see that the elephant grass has a lot of moisture on when it's not being dried. Now, if it's not being dried, it tends to support, that's too much of moisture compared to most of the biomasses we've actually, or that have been reported. This gives it a very good spectrum in terms when you are doing the wet anaerobic digestion, but becomes a very big problem when you want to do dry anaerobic digestion because the moisture content is high. But it has a very good, both on dry basis and wet basis, a very good volatile matter which tends to boost its effect for biogas production or anaerobic digestion. And then also it has a very low ash content, which doesn't really affect or make it a very good biomass or precursor for anaerobic. Now, we did the ultimate analysis, and this is the result that we got. Now, based on this ultimate analysis, we were able to do the atomic ratios, where we find the carbon-nitrogen ratio, and then another important, that's the carbon-oxygen ratio. Now, I'll touch on the carbon-nitrogen ratio, which is slightly high or very high as compared to the acceptable regimes that we have. That is good for anaerobic digestion. Also, the CO, that's the carbon-oxygen ratio, is quite very low, which makes it, giving it the, which refers to a very good amount of cellulose and hemicellulose content of it, which was the next thing that we did to actually look at these lignocellulosic composition of the elephant grass. Now, based on that, we got to know that the elephant grass has a very low amount of lignin. That means you wouldn't need a lot of pretreatment. Just a mechanical pretreatment by just grinding it down will help it to expose its cellulose and hemicellulose for microbial degradation. And we did a little bit of organic fraction composition. We got to know it has a high good amount of carbohydrates, which support the microbial decomposition or biodegradability of it. And then its COD was also estimated as we will need it for one of the theoretical biomethane potential. Now, this is the biomethane potential that we calculated using Letu et al. 2010. That's for biomethane when based on organic fraction. And then we have the Boswell's and Muller equation for calculating the biomethane potential based on elemental analysis. And then we use the NEFA 2024's equation for estimating the biomethane potential based on the COD. Now, based on literature, all of these reports on the ability of that precursor to degrade or being able to be attacked by the microbes to generate biogas. But within the literature spectrum, we got to know that the biomethane methane potential based on organic fraction is the most accurate represented of the biomass. So basically, we stick to the 348.7, which is very, very good as we compare it to other biomasses, as has been reported. Now, these are some of the biomasses that have been reported, not all of them, but we stick to some of these. So we compare it to abattoir, organic fractions of municipal solid waste, food waste, that's restaurants, human excreta, which in Ghana, we have some miniature anaerobic digestions to produce biogas for this. Cow dung, which most of the anaerobic direction that we are looking at the food base biomasses. This is what we use as the inoculum. Now, when you compare all of these, you get to know that not all of them are perfect. They tend to have, just like how we found out that the elephant grass has a little bit problem with its carbon nitrogen ratio, but has a very high end biomethane potential and also moisture content. This can be a very good co-digestion agent for most of the biogas or most of the biomasses we are trying to use to generate biogas, especially with the organic fraction municipal solid, which currently is this work is actually part of a big spectrum where we are looking at designing the commercial stage biogas production system for organic fraction municipal solid waste. And then we did this work to find very suitable co-digestion agents which can help to increase that. And based on some of those results, and as work is going on, it looks very promising as a co-digestion, or even if well modified, or when pre-treatment is being done well and conditions are right, can generate a very good amount of biogas for energy generation. Now, from the conclusion, we've been able to actually assess that's my own timing. We've been able to assess the potential of elephant grass, and based on what we've reported, it's not fully perfect, but has a very good potential, as it can, when you have the right conditions, especially with the carbon nitrogen carbon nitrogen ratio is conditioned well, it can generate you a very good amount of biogas, and also it can also serve as a very good co-digestion agent for most of the biomass that we've reported that are in abundance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James, for the presentation. The next presenter is Whitney Zorana, who is going to present on integrating agro-ceramic waste in clay-based porous ceramics for eco-friendly cooling applications. Online. Are you available? Zorana? Seems like Zorana is absent without permission. Okay, if Zorana is not online, maybe we can go back to Zorana later. We move to Romance Glory, who is going to present on valorizations of ACRA and yam pills for bioenergy, effect on anaerobic core digestions on biogas generation, also online. Romance, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I will share my screen, please.
Okay, you have 10 minutes to take us through.
Can you see my screen, please?
Not yet. Okay.
Is it Okay.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear all. I am Romance Gloire Aviansu, and I'm glad to present my research on the valorization of okara and yam peas for bioenergy, looking at the effect of anaerobic digestion, co-digestion on methane generation efficiency. I will start with an introduction, followed by the material and methods, the result and discussion, and end with a conclusion. In Benin and Togo, soybeans are commonly processed into tofu or soy cheese, a cheap protein alternative. The production is mostly done by rural women who still rely on firewood for cooking, exposing themselves to health and respiratory risk. A byproduct of the process is okara, a solid waste similar to wet sawdust. Even if it may serve as animal feed, its rapid degradation leads to foul odor development within 24 hours when exposed to natural environmental conditions, contributing to air pollution. Unfortunately, in Benin and Togo, quite no study has studied the energetic valorization of this waste. Studies as for Song et al. Show that the monodigestion of okara can be affected by its low carbon to nitrogen ratio. Therefore, co-digestion could be a solution, especially with local lignocellulosic residue like yam peels characterized with high carbon to nitrogen ratio in order for the two substrates to combine each other. And here is the essence of the present study with the main objective to assess the potential of okara for biogas production via its co-digestion with yam peels. And to attain this objective, we first analyze the physical-chemical properties of okara and yam peels, after evaluate the biogas yields from okara and yam peels, first in monodigestion and after in the co-digestion using different mixing ratio. Finally, conduct an environmental evaluation of the anaerobic digestion process for the co-digestion of the two substrates. About the material and methods for the physical-chemical determination, wet okara and yam peels were collected in restaurants on the University of Lomé campus in Lomé. The two substrates undergoes over-drying respectively for 4 and 24 hours. After the dried yam peels were grounded and the two substrates were reduced to powder using a dry blender to finally undergoes proximate and ultimate analysis. For the biogas batch test, the experimental conditions were based on results from Zhu et al., who found the highest biogas yield at an organic loading of 4.8 gram VS at a substrate inoculum ratio of 0.6. The same parameters were then used, and I added a second substrate inoculum ratio of 0.5 to run the test. Hydraulic retention time was 30 days, and various types of reactors were used, such as the blank, the cellulose, the monodigestion, and the co-digestion reactors. The mixing ratio were okara yam peels in 1:3:1:1 and 3:1 proportions. For the environmental impacts, OpenLCA software were used, and 1 kilogram of okara and yam peels in the proportion of the mixing ratio with the highest biogas yield served as functional units. Then, the anaerobic digestion process with the co-digestion of yam peels and okara for biogas and digestate production and use, with the avoided impact, talking about the replacement of firewood and chemical fertilizer, served to assess the net impact of the anaerobic digestion process. For the results, Okara and yam peels show high proportion of volatile solids as shown in orange in the figure of 92.75 and 91.09% respectively, indicating a high proportion of biodegradable organic matter, which is suitable for methane production. The ultimate analysis of the two substrates allows for to know the chemical composition, but most importantly, to determine the carbon to nitrogen ratio, which was 13.64 and 52.59 respectively for Okara and yam peels. This contrasting carbon to nitrogen ratio confirms the possible complementarity of the two substrates for co-digestion. For the batch tests, Okara yielded the highest biogas potential in monodigestion with 611 milliliters per gram of volatile solids at a substrate inoculum ratio of 0.5. These results align with its high volatile solid content, but more importantly, its biochemical composition, rich in protein, lipid, and soluble carbohydrates as reported in the literature, which are easily degraded by microbes. These show Okara as a suitable substrate for biogas production. In contrast, yam peels only yielded 469 milliliters per gram of volatile solid at a inoculum ratio of 0.5. Despite the high volatile solids, yam peels contain more structural carbohydrates such as cellulose and hemicellulose bound with lignin. But in co-digestion, the two substrates combine their strengths. Tested yields across tested mixes rose to between 609 and 661 milliliters per gram of volatile solids, with the 3:1 mixes ratio of Okara and yam peels reaching the maximum yield at substrate inoculum ratio of 0.5. In terms of increase, it is a maximum of 8.26% of more biogas production compared to the monodigestion of Okara. This improvement reflects a better carbon to nitrogen ratio, which supplies enough nitrogen for microalgal growth, while the fibrous yam peels moderates acidification. A look at figures 5 and 6 show that co-digestion improved the biogas production phases and the biogas and the production dynamics when we compare it to the monodigestion. All these results so far show the benefits of combining carbon-rich and nitrogen-rich substrates to maximize yield and operational condition in anaerobic digestion. For the environmental impacts, figure 7 shows the net impact of anaerobic digestion in gray. The negative impact across the major impact categories prove that anaerobic digestion is overall a positive solution. It considerably reduces impacts in particulate matter formation and carcinogenic human toxicity, implying reduction in household health risk. But the main concern is about the non-carcinogenic human toxicity, which may be possible to leakage or incomplete combustion as raw biogas was used in the process. However, this can be addressed with leak control and biogas purification before its use. As conclusion, our results show that the co-digestion of Okara and yam peels improve biogas production by a maximum of 8.26%. Also, the anaerobic digestion process reduced environmental impact while improving air quality and reducing pressure on the forest. The limitation of this study was the availability of reactors to carry more missing ratio for the co-digestion test, and also the biogas production was not analyzed in terms of its composition or its quality. Here are some references used in the study. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Romance, for your presentation and for finishing within time, exactly 10 minutes. The next presenter, I think is the last one, if Zonara is not online yet, would be Deogratus Malenge in Peasant, who is going to present on comparative analysis of chemical composition in sewage sludge from diverse sources and treatment processes for utilization in building material production. Oh, this is my field. You have 10 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Deogratus Marenge. I'm here to present part of my PhD results in comparative analysis of chemical composition in sewage sludge from diverse source and treatment process for utilization in building material production. Sewage sludge, these are semi-solid byproduct of waste treatment, which can be originated from urban or municipal or industrial wastewater treatment plants, and other sludge also can come from pit latrines. Historically, these were treated as a waste, but now are recognized as a resource. Since most of the researchers have worked on this sewage sludge in production process of gas or biogas, others they utilize it in production of fertilizer, and many researchers have worked on how to utilize this sewage sludge in production of construction. So they have done these things. This sewage sludge contains some nutrients and compounds which are useful in production process of construction materials. So in construction materials, this sewage sludge has been used as some was used in production of blocks, or also incorporated in concrete materials, or for landfilling materials, or as a part of road-based construction material. So as a part of my research, because most of researchers, they have worked on production process of building materials using sewage sludge through incineration process, my research mainly focused on how to use the ashes originated from biobriquettes char. So from biobriquettes char, the end product of this char is the ash. So instead of incinerating direct sewage sludge, in my PhD research, I've taken this as a gap by using the end product of biobriquettes char ash in incorporation of this one in building material production. So you can see from there, we have a sludge, and sludge is carbonized and also bonded with the paper binder or cassava pellets, and then you obtain these carbonized materials, and then through the biobriquettes machine, you ended with biobriquettes char. After that, this biobriquettes char can be used as a source of cooking fuel, and then as a source of cooking fuel because it generates heat. Finally, the end product of this biobriquettes char after eating is the ash. So I've tried to utilize this ash and utilize it as a binder in production process of the blocks. So this figure summarizes all process in my PhD research. But as a part of this presentation, this study is mainly focusing on how to analyze the chemical composition of sewage sludge, ash from diverse sources, because as I mentioned earlier, the sewage sludge can come from different sanitation systems such as urban, industrial, or municipal, or pit latrine wastewater treatment, and then this ash can be, this sewage sludge can be utilized for material production. Also, so in this context, the chemical composition of this sewage sludge will be studied. Also, I will evaluate the influence of different treatment method of this sewage sludge. Also, I will assess this sewage sludge ash and to assess its suitability in building material production, and also to support sustainable sludge management and resource recovery. As a part of methodology in this study, in previous study, I've established the data set, which is coming from systematic literature review, where I obtain 300 peer-reviewed articles, and from these reviewed articles, I've extracted information like what are the chemical composition of each sewage sludge, ash, and also I've extracted the information on what are the treatment process which have been conducted in these various sewage sludge ashes. In order to make a comparison, I have compared the results from this systematic literature review data with my own results, where my own results, I collected sample from two wastewater treatment plants. One is from Ardhi University treatment plant, and also from Burahati wastewater treatment plant. Both they are available in Tanzania, or these treatment plants are located in Tanzania. So the preparation of this sample were sun drying to reduce moisture, carbonization of this sludge in order to remove the organic matter, and also this sewage sludge were incinerated to a temperature of 600 degrees centigrade in order to produce ashes. After that, the chemical analysis was conducted by using XRF. This is X-ray fluorescence test in order to obtain the chemical composition of these ashes. So as a part of the results from systematic literature review, we can see we have various sources. The first source is from septic tank, municipal wastewater treatment plant, industrial wastewater treatment plant, and the urban wastewater treatment plant. So we can see the variations of the chemical composition of this sewage sludge ash from different sources. From the result, we can see I have extracted only four main oxide, which is silicon oxide, alumina, iron oxide, and calcium oxide, because these are main components in cement production, and they play a major role in pozzolanic properties. We can see from the result there that silica is high in septic tank and lowest in industrial wastewater treatment, and in municipal and urban fall within the mid-range of this result from from this figure. Also, the alumina is highest in municipal wastewater treatment and lowest in industrial wastewater treatment plant. But in septic tank and urban, they are moderate. In terms of iron oxide, it's highest in septic tank and lowest in industrial wastewater treatment plant. Calcium oxide, they are highest in industrial wastewater treatment plant and lowest in septic tank. Municipal and urban, they are moderate, as you can see from the figure. So when we go back to the main objective, It was the source. How does the source influence these chemical properties of sanitary sludge? We can see that the septic tank, they have best pozzolanic reactivity because silica and the iron, they have the high composition. In terms of municipal wastewater treatment, these are suitable for geopolymer and cement blending, and the industrial, they are suitable for cementitious binder application, and the urban, these are for general blended binder use. In terms of treatment method and oxide, how does the treatment method utilized before incineration, well, before utilizing in building, in construction materials, influence the chemical composition? We can see there are various treatment methods employed. One is biological, other chemical, drying treatment, and the other treatment which were the combined treatment method, and the last one or the thermal treatment. We can see from the graph, the thermal treatment produced the high composition of this main 4 oxide. So it was highest in terms of the silicon oxide and the aluminum oxide. Due to this high silicon oxide and the aluminum oxide, we can conclude that they have superior in pozzolanic properties. It was also followed by drying method, which has moderate oxide levels, and in chemical treatment, they have lower reactive oxide due to transformation, and the biological treatment, they have moderate values, and they have high variability. We can see from these results. The black arrows show the standard deviation, because from 301 published articles, the displayed values are average values from all the results from the study. So how that the influence of treatment plan okay, the thermal treatment yield the consistent value, and drying method provide acceptable oxide levels. Chemical and biological treatment show lower reactivities and higher variabilities. In terms of comparison between my results and the previous results, we can see silicon oxide, aluminum oxide, iron oxide, and the calcium oxide. From previous researchers, these are the ranges of this oxide, while from the results of my own laboratory test from Aru and Mburahati, these are results. Comparison of this oxide, we can see that these are the comparison. We can see that the Aru wastewater treatments, they have highest silicon content, and Murat, they have balanced composition, and in both samples followed within the range. You can see from there, from previous results, and these are my own results. The results from previous researchers and my results, they fall within the range. By conclusion, the suitability for construction of both material, especially from R, they have high silica contents, and implication, they can serve as a supplementary cementitious materials because they offer environmental and economic benefits. And in terms of conclusion, the sanitary sludge is viable resource for sustainable construction. The composition varies significantly by source and treatment. So it depends on the source of the sludge and the treatment method utilized. The composition varies significantly. And the future research and direction, we can develop standardized sanitary sludge characterization protocol. Also, we can investigate optimal blending strategies by blending these ashes from various sources and various treatment methods, and find which one will bring the optimal oxide for utilization in material production. Thank you very much for your listen and attention.
Thank you very much, Deogratus Marenge. You indicated is your PhD? Third year of? Yeah, is what I'm saying. You are doing a PhD? Yes. Okay. we wish you all the best for your academic endeavors. I would like to get indication if Zorana is online now. I think we just have to skip this presenter, and I think we are behind time, so we will have maybe 5 minutes to zoom and digest what was presented. So let's be abstract in engaging with the presenters by critiquing and advising where possible in order to make their products more nicer and nicer. Okay, the floor is open for engaging the presenters. Over there. I don't know where, okay. Thank you very much. So please take note as the colleagues are engaging. I will not take notes on your behalf. Neither I will not repeat what was asked or commented on. Okay?
Good morning. I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Paku. I think it was the second presenter. The general consensus is that fast pyrolysis favors oil production. However, literature suggests that slow pyrolysis favors the quality of pyrolytic acid in the aqueous phase. Have you considered slow pyrolysis? And if so, how would that influence your findings?
Okay. Next.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I have a question for first presenter and for
Akko.
first presenter. And no, first presenter and second presenter and fourth presenter also.
I think I will only give you for 2.
Okay.
Yes, sorry for that.
My first question is, we talk about biogas production of cacao pulp, I think. Yeah. My question is, I realized that in your presentation, you say that the biogas in monodigestion of cocoa pulp is lower because of lignin. I don't know if I'm true, but I saw that you have just one peak at the start. But lignocellulosic material produce lower biogas even at the start, but it will have several peaks during the process. I don't know why you just have just one peak for the production, daily methane production. I want to know deeply about it.
Can you move to the next presenter?
Next presenter. So I can ask the question for fourth presenter.
Yes, you can. That will be your last question.
We present several methods for theoretical methane production, but he just used one for the comparison. I don't know why he used just one. I just want to know why he chose one to compare the theoretical methane production.
Okay. There's a head over there.
Hello, my name is Glade. My question is for Mr. Marenge. I would like to know if there is any specific standards or manual of procedures for producing the biobricks you presented? If so, could you please share with me?
So you want him to share the manual?
No, I just
The procedures?
the procedures, the standards to produce the biobricks.
Okay.
Or the manual of procedures of producing.
All right. Okay. Is that all? Okay. You are a good audience. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. My question is to the last presenter who presented various oxides that are used in building materials or as binder in building materials. You explained that you were able to do a desktop study as well, of which you compared your binders with. I want to understand, why was it necessary to do that? Were the production of this oxide done in the same manner or with the same method, or how come the results are almost even close to one another? Are the production process of this oxide similar or the same? Thank you.
Okay. I think we are done. There will be no second loud. You have the chance now. If I give them.
Raise my hand here, online.
You have a question?
Small question. Online, yes, please.
Okay. Please ask one or two.
Yes, just a request. I'm interested in the formula for producing the biobricks. If I can have access to the document, I will be very grateful.
Okay. Okay. Okay, now you all have liberty to respond to the questions that were directed to you. You have 1 minute each. Okay, you can come here.
Okay, thank you. I think the gentleman at the back, you were asking the differences between fast and slow pyrolysis. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. So this is basically based on the process conditions that are being employed. So for slow pyrolysis, usually this is conducted at relatively lower temperatures, around about 200 to 250 degrees Celsius. And it happens at a very slow pace in terms of heating rate. So the heating rates are also really low. And again, the residence time of the volatiles and the solids are also very high. So when this happens, the conversion is really slow, and most of the products that you get are mostly the solid char. For pyrolysis, the three main products are the solid char, the liquid, and the permanent gases. So for slow pyrolysis, based on these conditions, you end up getting the char product being the majority fraction. So if that is your focus, then you go for slow pyrolysis. However, for fast pyrolysis, this happens much more rapidly, extremely high temperatures between 500 to 600 degrees Celsius. And it's also like the volatiles are almost cooled down immediately, so there is no cracking reactions. And when this happens, you get more liquid products. And so because the focus was on liquid, so that's why we went for fast pyrolysis. I hope this answers your question. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be very much stingy with time. If your 1 minute is up, so that we catch up. Next. I think you can use those ones. Let's switch on.
Okay. So I think you, the gentleman who just got up, asked about why I use the theoretical biomethane potential based on the organic fractions to do the comparison instead of the other ones. So whilst I was speaking, I said based on literature, it's the one that fully talks about the ability of the biomass to compare it with the anaerobic digestion or give the exact, closer to the experimental value that you obtain. So that's why we were using those ones, basically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You finished within time. Okay, he can come, Ako.
For your question regarding why I just have one peak in the biogas production for digestion, actually it is because of the treatment we apply. We firstly oven dry and finely ground the substrate. So this process contribute to liberate the free sugar in the biomass, which has contribute to produce the highest production within the first day, and then from the rest of the time, the biogas production reduces. That's why we only have one peak in the production profile. I don't know if I satisfy your question.
Thank you. I have 3 issues to respond. I don't know if 1 minute will be enough. Okay. Regarding the manual for biobricks production, currently I have not seen that one, but this production process, I took it from, there are 2 authors. They wrote on biobricks. One is Chacha Nyangi. There are process for producing biobricks. Also, Petro Mwamlima has also wrote those procedure for biobricks production. I can also guide you on those processes. In terms of how did I compare these studies from the oxide from different sources? So in order to get the understanding and the broad understanding of variation or variability of the chemical composition from different sources, because we have municipal wastewater treatment, urban, industrial, septic, and other sanitation systems. The only parameters which I kept constant is what are the source and what are the treatment process. It means that if the sludge were coming from the same treatment source or the source type, I grouped in the same. I grouped in the composition were grouped for comparison. So the only things is to get understanding. The main purpose is to get the understanding. Does the type of sanitation system influence the chemical composition? Although the treatment process also varies, those treatment process which were similar were also grouped in the same group in order to get the better understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have engaged on all the questions that were... Okay. You will be the last one.
Thanks for your nice presentation. Previous results you said, did you mention references? References. In your table, previous results you said, right?
Yes.
I didn't see any reference.
References are within my full article, but for the purpose of presentation, I did not include them here. But in my full paper, all references are there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think, so next time when we are going to present, include them, so that people would not think the claims you are making from yourself. Okay. I think we have come to the end of this session. It was indeed a learning platform. I have learned a lot from the presenters. I have nothing but to thank them and wish them well in their future endeavor as they continue to create knowledge and create product, especially those that are doing PhD. please create those nice products and have them working in your respective areas. Actually, they are saying PhD nowadays, we produce things, but we don't implement them. Maybe it's because you are expected to publish instead of implementing your product. I think I always plead with university to change. Instead of forcing PhD candidates to publish, they must be forced to actually implement their product. Thank you very much. On that basis, we have come to the end of this session. I wish you well. Enjoy your time. And I think from here, I am gone. We have an activity at our university. Okay.
Thank you very much, moderator, for that insight, the wonderful and very interesting session. We thank you for that. Another round of applause for him, please. I think the time is that we have to break for tea. Am I right? Yes, we have to break for tea. Now, as we are enjoying tea, please ensure that we have 2 posters just by the teas. Just take time to check on it. We'll have a session of about 5 minutes during question and answer time, just before lunch, so that we can have some questions for the poster, please. Thank you.
Hello? Yep. Yeah. No, I don't have one. Hello, good morning, everyone. Yes, I was. The people over there, okay. Say it, breakfast over. I want to be standing here. Hello? That's good enough? Okay. Hello, testing, testing. Looks okay. Maybe while we wait, could I check whether Prof. Venkata Ramayana Ansha is online?
Yes.
All right, we'll just get ready. We are still waiting for people to come back from breakfast, but in a short while, then we'll do the formal introductions. Thank you. Okay. So, once again, good morning, participants in the ICERA conference. My name is Emmanuel Lutaya from the University of Namibia. I will be taking you for this session on biomass and waste as a sustainable resource, and just some guideline for our online presenters. You have 10 minutes of presentation, and afterwards, the questions will be addressed to you much later. So we ask that after your presentation, you stay online until the end of the session when all questions will be taken. And I will be able to notify you when it is 2 minutes to the end of your presentation so that you can wrap up the presentation. Now, without further ado, I would like to request Prof. Venkata Ramaya to please project your presentation, and you can get going with the presentation for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yes. Is it okay?
This Prof. Ramaya?
Yeah, yes, my colleague is presenting, yes.
All right.
Yeah. I am sharing it.
Okay, if you can project your presentation.
I am sharing the screen. Okay.
Okay, we can see it. If you can put it in presentation mode.
Allow me to share the screen. Presentation, sharing the screen. Okay, share.
If you can go down to the bottom of your screen, there is this, like a computer screen at the bottom.
Okay. Yeah, just allow me. I start it, but
just to your right at the bottom.
Share screen. Yep. Yeah. Okay. So is it visible now?
Not yet.
Hello?
We can't see it yet.
Yes, it is Solomon, yes, not... yeah, I started, but...
Maybe you can just proceed. I don't know. I think you can proceed with the presentation since we... Okay. Not quite. You can proceed with the presentation.
Okay. So just my name is, thank you dear participants and dear organizers. My name is Solomon Kabada from Jimma University. I am going to present on the title Biogas Production from Biochar Enhanced Ternary Solid Wastes. Here is the outline of my presentations. So as introduction, a ternary solid waste contains methyl, cation, and anion, chromium, sodium, and sulfate ion. So when we dispose this to the surrounding, just it pollute atmosphere, it pollute waters, it pollute soils, and it pollutes the environment. So we need to have some managing system which is environmental friendly. Just anaerobic digestion is one of the environmental friendly technique to manage the industrial wastes. The problem of ternary anaerobic digestion of ternary waste is just it contains a toxic chemical for microbials participating in anaerobic digestion. It has a low biodegradability, low carbon to nitrogen ratio. Due to this, just it is difficult to generate biogas easily from anaerobic digestion of ternary solid wastes. So just we have to have some mitigation to generate efficient biogas from ternary wastes. Just adding carbonaceous material is one technique. So the carbonyl material we proposed here is a biochar prepared from cat wastes. Since biochar has high absorption capacity, promote interspecies electron transfer, and has an ability to buffer pH, mitigate ammonia, and since it allows microbial colonizations and it improves the carbon to nitrogen ratio, just biochar is what it is a good additive in anaerobic digestion of ternary solid wastes. So currently in Ethiopia, almost all leftover from ternary industry are sent to the land as a waste. All factory in Ethiopia, yes, we have more than 29 factory under operations. All 29 factory under operations do not have possess a well-established waste treatment for their wastes and dump into the river nearby. They use a traditional waste management techniques such as open dumping, incineration, and landfilling. This is toxic for the aquatic biota, for human health, and for animal health. It has its own problems since it emits toxic chemical to the atmosphere, as well as just since it is toxic for some parts of animals. So anaerobic digestion is a viable option for ternary waste management since it converts this waste into biogas. So as objective, our main objective is, main aim of this work is to explore impact of adding biochar on ternary waste to enhance both the yield and the quality of biogas. Just we use ternary fleshing waste and the chromium tanned laser wastes. So just those two wastes are separately chopped and mixed in equal ratio, and the biogas prepared from biochar prepared from cat waste was used. Just it is produced at 300 degrees Celsius. Then as a material and metallization, just the main substrate used in this investigation is mixed ternary solid waste and chromium tanned laser wastes. The ternary fleshing waste was collected from the pre-tanning, and the chromium tanned laser waste was collected after tanning. So when we come to the sample storage, the ternary solid waste was stored in airtight plastic bag container and refrigerated at 4 degrees Celsius to minimize microbial activity and the compositional change, and also for biochar to avoid moisture absorption and the contamination. Just the biochar is maintained in a moisture-proof container at a temperature at a dark and dry temperatures. When we come to the sampling protocols, to ensure the sample integrity, the representative sample from each experimental batch were selected using coning and quartering procedure. The coning and quartering procedures are used manual reduction technique designed to obtain the representative sample from the bulk. This is especially useful when working with heterogeneous ternary solid wastes or biochars. So when we come to the gas generation, as a schematic setup of our gas generation, we have here a sample port. When we feed the sample, after we feed the sample, this sample port is what? Closed. And this is the digester. This is the thermostat water bath, which is used to control the temperature at 38 degrees. And this is a plastic bag gas collectors. This is the gas pipe. And this is the biogas analyzer, which is used to measure the composition of biogas. And since we use water displacement technique to measure the biogas, just this bottle is filled by water. When the gas is released from this digester to bottle-filled water, the water is displaced from this to the water collection unit. The amount of water displaced from the bottle containing water to the water collection unit is equal to the volume of biogas. When we come to sample characterizations, just the physicochemical properties such as moisture, total solid, volatile solid, ash content, chemical oxygen demand, and biological oxygen demand were characterized using American standard methods. So we used the two models for gas estimations, the Paris kinetic model and the modified Compartis model. The equation is displayed here. And when we come to the result and the discussion, understanding of the synergistic and antagonistic interaction between different substrate and the microbial communities required in order to achieve enhanced methane productivity and the process stability, and to convert the waste to energy efficiently. The biochemical characterization of the substrate is essential to determine the interaction between substrate and microorganism. Here is the result of biochemical characterization of our substrates. We have ternary solid wastes, mixed ternary solid wastes, and we have a biochar. So we measure total solid, volatile solid, ash content, carbon content, total nitrogen, carbon to nitrogen ratio, pH, BOD, and the COD. Since these parameters are important while we generate biogas from the substrate, just they have their own limit. So after we identify the property of this substrate, just we propose the mixing ratio. Then when we come to the
Dear presenter, please dear presenter,
yes.
Please be reminded that you have just under 2 minutes to wrap up.
Okay. So just when we come to analysis of BOD and the COD, oxygen demand represents the key parameter for evaluating the extent of organic pollution and the biodegradability of the substrates. And the chemical oxygen demand provides a measure of total oxidizable matter, while BOD reflects the portion of the material amenable to microbial degradations. This graph shows the reduction of BOD and the COD with time while we generate biogas from the ternary solid wastes. This is the result measured from the digestion. Among the missing percentage of biochar addition, just we use 5%, 10%, 15%, 20% biochar addition by weight. So the highest COD and the BOD reduction was observed in 85 ternary solid waste and 1.5 biochar addition. So this reduction, just the following co-digestion with 5% biochar addition, the COD and the BOD were significantly reduced. This reduction is a reflection of improved rate of stabilization of organic matter, increased kinetic degradation caused by enhanced surface porosity, and of biochars. So when we come to effect of biochar addition on biogas production, using laboratory bottles, different combination of biochar at controlled temperature were evaluated. Our ratio is here as it is visible on the screen. So the volume of biogas produced in each digester was measured using water displacement technique. Each experiment were repeated 3 times to ensure sample the measurement accuracy. So this is the daily methane production graph. As it can be seen from the graph, just the gas generation was started after 5 days, because before that the microorganisms were under acclimatization. After 5 days, the gas generation was increased up to 55 days. Then after 55 days, the gas started to decline up to 65 days. This is because of the microbial bacteria food in the dead state is decreasing with time, so the amount of the gas generated is also decreased. Then it comes to the end after 65 days. So the methane measured from each digesters, okay, here is the value measured from each digester. So in all digester, just the methane the methane and the biogas is increased. Both are increased because of the property of biochar. Biochar has high surface area, promote interspecies electron transfer, buffer pH, allow microbial colonizations, and adjust carbon to nitrogen ratio. Because of that, the biogas generated from all the digester is increased when we compare with control one. This is the methane production and biogas production have the same trends. Okay, the same trends. The maximum methane was obtained again at 85 ternary solid waste and 15% biochar addition. This is optimum ratio. So when we come to, as a conclusion, this study verified that addition of biochar to anaerobic digestion of mixed ternary solid waste significantly enhanced the process stability and the methane yields. And the significant BOD, COD, and hydrogen sulfide reduction was observed. So this finding shows this process is both environmentally friendly and effective to treat ternary solid waste. So as a recommendation, just nevertheless, the possible use of generated digestate as a fertilizer requires critical evaluation of its chromium content to comply with environmental and agronomical requirements. Again, scale up of the process to industrial scale and the long-term sustainability and the immobilization of the chromium are the areas that should receive emphasis in the future. Thank you.
Let's give a hand of applause to our presenter. I kindly request presenters to please adhere to the time limit so that we can have whatever we have planned on the program. Thank you. Our next presenter is Bire Pagosou. I hope I got the pronunciation right. And the presentation is on the assessment of the bioenergy potential of cassava peels in Togo. If you can please load your presentation. You have 10 minutes, and I'll warn you 2 minutes prior to the end. Okay, if you can put it in presentation mode.
Yes.
Okay.
I am in the presentation mode, please.
Okay, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Dear participants at the international conference. I am Abile Pagusu, and I will be presenting on the assessment of the bioenergy potential of cassava peels in Togo, biogas and hydrogen production and life cycle assessment. And in this presentation, I'll go throughout this agenda, which contains 4 major points: the introduction, the methodology, the result and discussion, and then the conclusion and recommendation. When we look at these figures, the problem statements, where we got 3 major problems, we are seeing a woman who is processing cassava in the village of Dacha in Togo. And after this activity, we have large amounts of peels, waste, and this is resulting in environmental degradation because most of the waste are either sprayed on soil or dumped in the environment. The second point of the problem statement that we observe is the underutilization of cassava waste, because we are missing opportunities and we don't have structural system to valorize cassava peels in the country. The last point is the energy insecurity, because in the country only 26% of rural households have access to electricity, according to INSET 2020. So regarding all this, we came to evaluate and assess the cassava peels as the resource for biogas and hydrogen production in Togo. And to achieve our objective, we specified the work in 4 points. The first is the evaluation of the national cassava peels generation, and then the characterization of their properties. After, we evaluate the biogas potential through biochemical methane potential, BMP test. The third specific one is to simulate the hydrogen production through steam methane reforming process using Aspen Plus software. And our last specific objective, the fourth one, is the conduction of life cycle assessment of both of the gases produced using OpenLCA software. So when it comes to the methodology, for the first specific objective, which is the national potential review, so we went through the data collection of cassava production and the peels ratio from 2018 to 2024, and we came with this formula to calculate the peels generated with the cassava peels to ratio CP/L at 20%. After the research, after our own experiments. And for the characterization, first we collected our sample in Lomé, the capital of Togo, and we printed our sample under the sun and in an oven at a certain temperature, and then we ground to achieve a size of 1 millimeter, and then we proceed to proximate analysis, ultimate analysis, and fiber content analysis regarding or using the necessary methods or methodology. When it comes now to the biogas production test, as I was saying, we went through the BMP test and we used batch digesters with varying substrate to inoculum ratio 1:3, 1:2, 1:1, and 2:1. The objective is to find the best substrate to inoculum ratio for our simulation. It's kind of optimization also. And we did this test under mesophilic conditions during 13 days. And for that, we also used the same sample that we printed, and the inoculum also was stopped for 1 week. And we can observe the figures of the BMP test setup here in figure 2, as our figures in the laboratory work. Regarding the hydrogen production simulation, to achieve that, we went through the composition of our biogas, as we did not perform the chromatographic analysis, so we went through literature review for the similar studies, and then we got certain percent of each component of the biogas, and also the steam to carbon ratio, the biogas mass flow rate, and steam mass flow rate that we calculated. And this as inputs help to find or to generate the flow sheet of the simulation in Aspen Plus software, and that's why what we are seeing in figure 3 here. Concerning the life cycle assessment, which is the last specific objective, so we choose 5 major impact categories for our assessment: the climate change acidification potential, the particulate matter formation, photochemical ozone formation, and also the eutrophication potential. And we went through get-to-get analysis with 1 cubic meter of biogas produced and 1 kilogram of hydrogen obtained also. And the system boundaries is as shown here, just here for the anaerobic digestion and the sea methane reforming processes. Now, for the result and the discussion, for our assessment of the national potential, we can see in figure 5 of the national cassava peels potential in turn that over years the production is increasing from 2018 to 2024. The production is increasing in green color, and also the peels generated. And this trend is observed in each region of the country, in the 5 regions of the country over these 6 years that we experimented. And the characterization also show us a high total solids and small lower moisture content because of our pretreatment at the beginning, because we dry under sun and in an oven at a certain temperature. And when we look at the ultimate analysis, we can see we have high carbon and nitrogen content. And this results to a high CN ratio of about 88.9. And this is really higher than the optimal range of 20 to 30 for biogas production. And the calorific also value is about 15.7 kilojoule per kilogram. Now, when we look at this figure, which is the result of our biogas test of biogas production, we can see that the substrate inoculum of 1, 2, or 0.5 in green color here is the one who is giving the highest biogas yield. And that's what we use to simulate our hydrogen production in the software. And we got a pure hydrogen. The simulation resulted in 99.99% of pure hydrogen with specific hydrogen yield of 2.26 gram per kilogram of biogas produced. So, we try to compare our results with others what have been done in the literature by other authors, and our result is quite higher than what have been done by Mukta and all, and also by Kuzi and all. And we can explain this by the fact that we pretest our sample and also the substrate quality, because cassava tubers are not the same. And also, as I was saying, we dry under sun and in an oven before proceed with our tests. And regarding our hydrogen
Please be
production
reminded
simulation-
that you have about 2 minutes to go.
Okay. So for our hydrogen production, so we compared our own result in blue color with what has been done, and then we are seeing that our result is quite lower than experimental average of iodine and all, and simulation also average, and it's likely due to higher CO2 content in the biogas. And we also compare the FC interpretation, and it's quite that the climate change impact category is where we are not in the range, because our results is in orange color here, is quite higher than the optimal range or the thresholds. And that's also observed in the hydrogen production SC interpretation, because we are higher than the threshold, but not too far from that compared to fossil fuel-based hydrogen, the minimum and the maximum also. So we have some limitation in our study because we did not perform chromatographic analysis, and also we went just for the lab scale setups and we did not go for the industrial scale performance. And then the energy balance and the economic also analysis were not performed to see the cost effectiveness of the study, but we are looking for perspectives such as develop and test large scale system to assess real world feasibility assess economic also analysis, and also why not combine with solar or wind system to enhance the sustainability, and also explore other kind of pretreatment techniques as enzymatic or biological pretreatment to see, because it's kind of optimization also of the process. So we can conclude by saying that cassava paste represents a promising solution to address both energy insecurity and waste management challenges in the country, talking about electricity and clean cooking also. And the high organic content is favorable for the biogas generation, and we saw high purity hydrogen production, so it's here asked that it's possible to get hydrogen from cassava paste, and the NC also result validated the environmental benefits compared to fossil fuel approaches also regarding biogas and hydrogen production. However, what you can recommend is to co-digest the cassava paste with nitrogen-based sample, and pretreat also the sample to enhance the process efficiency, and also we are recommending kind of optimization also, which is necessary to have best results or good results than what we found in these studies. Thank you for your attention. I'm at the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, presenter. Let's give you a hand of applause. You are reminded to please have your questions ready after the last presenter so that they can be able to address those questions. The next presenter is, if I can get the name right, so the pronunciation right, Jamba Joa Kibet, on the characterization of restaurant food waste and potential for scaling up biohydrogen production under a circular economy perspective. Is our presenter online?
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you can project your presentation and put it in a presentation mode.
I actually have already shared. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see the screen, but it's not in presentation mode. Okay, I can see you are clicking.
It should be fine now.
I can see you clicked, not yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Please, sorry. Is it okay now, please?
We don't see your presentation in presentation mode yet. Technical team. Swap. So can you change the key space? Okay, I think we are okay. Okay to go? Does that work?
Don't know what's happening.
Where about?
Is it okay, please?
Not quite.
Okay.
Can you open it in presentation mode?
Yes, that's what I actually did.
Can you share the screen? The other screen.
Yeah. The other one. Sorry, it's getting me a bit confused. Normally,
Technical glitches. Maybe just proceed in that mode. We'll try our level best to follow.
Okay, are the slides moving, please?
They?
Sorry.
Just try to proceed in that mode.
Okay, so I think people are hungry, want to go for lunch, so let's proceed. So thank you, Mr. Moderator, for this opportunity. Actually, my presentation topic has been modified, so my current topic is comprehensive characterization and assessment of biohydrogen production potential of restaurant food waste for scalable dark fermentation systems. And my co-authors are Elma Brugin, Satyanara, and Dambugu Manikonyin. So the affiliation, so the work was carried out in close cooperation with the Applied Science University of Münster and the University of Lomé. This is my outline. So the energy demand keeps rising and as the population increases. And yet, the large part of the global energy supply is still held by fossil fuels. As you can see, coal and oil has a global share of 20%, followed by coal, 27%, and renewable energy represent only 15%, which shows that there's still a lot of effort to be done to increase the share of renewable energy in the global energy supply. On the other side, green hydrogen, or hydrogen, which is believed a powerful energy carrier to lead or drive the energy transition, is still having less than 1% in the global hydrogen production in the world. So you can see the largest amount of hydrogen produced is still from fossil fuel sources, particularly natural gas through steam methane reforming process up to 64%. And green hydrogen is only under 1% as of today. So that means more effort should be done to increase green hydrogen production, which is more sustainable and more environmentally friendly. And one question arises from this. What is the way forward to increase hydrogen production or green hydrogen production in the global hydrogen production system? So my answer to this question is to diversify green hydrogen production pathways by including many other clean or renewable sources that can be used or processed into hydrogen. And that's the main aim of this research. On the other side, food management has become a dilemma today, with food generation, food waste, particularly with food waste generation amounting more than 1 billion tons per year as of 2022. And the global food wasted represents more than 19% of the total food available for human consumption. And this is appealing as global, geopolitical hardships have created food scarcity and food insecurity in many regions around the world. And if we still have more than 90% food wasted every year, that brings concerns about food security. And food waste also generates more than 16% of greenhouse gas along the food supply chain, which is very negative for the environment. And you can see the diagram on the right. It shows the sustainable ways of managing food waste. And the prioritized options remain prevention and recycling of food generated to one side, eliminates greenhouse gas emissions, and also prevention to increase more food available for human consumption.
And of course, energy can be recovered from food waste. And the proposal of this research is to recover green hydrogen from the food waste generated. And green hydrogen can be, of course, produced from food by microbial degradation of the organic matter through a process known as dark fermentation. And to use or to do so, we need to know a more detailed characterization of the food waste. And that's very important to optimizing green hydrogen production from dark fermentation process. And up to now, very limited research has been conducted in that regard to reveal the detailed characterization of food waste, and especially combining with the biochemical hydrogen production tests that will inform the feasibility of scaling up hydrogen production by dark fermentation process. And this study aims to characterize the food waste and assess its potential as a substrate for large-scale biohydrogen production systems. And the food waste was collected on the university, on the campus here in the University of Rostock restaurants, and the food waste was sorted to remove inert materials and bones, finally ground and stored in climate chamber. Then the food waste was characterized for biochemical composition, approximate analysis, ultimate analysis, and then subsequently used for dark fermentation tests to assess hydrogen production from it. And to do so, aside from the food waste, we need a bacterial source, which is the inoculum. And the inoculum was sourced from an operating biogas plant in Saarburg, Germany, and pretreated at 80 degrees C for 24 hours. Why pretreatment is necessary here? Pretreatment is necessary because the inoculum source contains not only hydrogen-producing bacteria, but also inhibiting bacteria that will subsequently or ultimately consume the hydrogen produced during the dark fermentation process, or also promote different other pathways. So it's important to eliminate those bacteria by pretreating at high temperature for 24 hours and then only preserving hydrogen-producing bacteria. For fermentation conditions, the temperature was set at 55 degrees C, pH at 7, and the fermentation was done in glass flask reactors of 1 liter with 800 milliliter working volume. And substrate to inoculum ratio was 2:1 on volatile solid basis, while the reactors were ultimately flushed with high purity nitrogen to create anaerobic conditions for the process. As for the results, the food waste had high moisture content, which is in fact suitable for hydrogen production in large-scale systems, while a lot of water is required for the process. And food waste containing high moisture content means it's also favorable to develop native hydrogen-producing bacteria even before it is fed in the bioreactor. And the food waste had high total volatile solid content on dry basis, which translates into hydrogen production and by dark fermentation as a source of substrate and nutrients. The total carbon to nitrogen ratio was 19, which is in an acceptable range, and CP ratio was also 157, which was suitable for hydrogen production by dark fermentation, but as it informs the availability of carbon source and nitrogen and phosphorus source as macronutrients for the process. Also, the food waste had acceptable ultimate composition with high carbon contents, lower sulfur content, and acceptable nitrogen and phosphorus content. So the characteristic match with the typical European food waste characteristics as reported by International Energy Agency. And then the food waste having high carbohydrate contents means it's suitable for biohydrogen production as the substrate, carbohydrates, especially cellulose and hemicellulose, degrade into monomers such as glucose, xylose, which can produce high quantity hydrogen, as you can see the reactions here, where glucose can produce up to 4 moles of hydrogen theoretically, and xylose up to 3.5 moles of hydrogen per 1 mole of xylose. And proteins and lipids are not favorable for hydrogen production by dark fermentation, given the fact that they proceed through intricate reactions. As you can see, proteins proceed into 3 intricate reactions the Stickland reaction and the oxidative deamination of sole amino acid producing 2 moles of hydrogen, while the reductive deamination of sole amino acid proteins can consume 1 mole of hydrogen and produce ammonia, which is an inhibiting factor in that fermentation process. So this informs that the proteins are not suitable component for hydrogen production, and luckily the fluid presented very low content of proteins, so this is suitable, favorable for that fermentation process. Aside from the macronutrients, we also
Dear presenter,
found light and heavy metals.
Dear presenter, you have
Yes.
under 2 minutes to wrap up.
Okay, thank you. We have light metals which are also suitable for hydrogen production, and they behave as enzyme synthesis and maintaining enzyme activity throughout the process, while heavy metals can act as macronutrients and cofactors, but in excess limits they can create inhibitions during the process. Subsequently, the dark fermentation test was conducted, as we can see, and the hydrogen yield, cumulative hydrogen yield amounted 11 milliliter per gram volatile solid, representing 28% of the total gas produced. And the gas production was steady after 3 days, which means the consortium of bacteria was degraded swiftly, the carbohydrate and nutrients present to produce hydrogen so rapidly. So then the extended thermal treatment was affected the total hydrogen produced, as it was relatively low. So the treatment conditions appears to be a little bit harsh, and it's not only killed the methanogens which could inhibit hydrogen production, but also eliminated an important portion of hydrogen producing bacteria. So thermal treatment should preserve the hydrogen producing bacteria while optimizing hydrogen production. The paper was recently published in Biomass and Bioenergy. As conclusion here, food waste was characterized for biochemical ultimate proximate analysis, and then subsequently a biochemical hydrogen production test was conducted, and the food waste presented suitable characteristics for biohydrogen production by dark fermentation, while the hydrogen produced could be further optimized by acting on the pretreatment conditions and also increasing further optimization measures during the process. For perspective, food waste showed significant and promising potential for high-scale biohydrogen production, provided that it is undertaken under optimized process conditions. And the findings highlight that integrating food waste conversion to hydrogen into broader waste management, circular economy, and renewable energy frameworks is essential for sustainability. Future pilot scale should focus on integrating biohydrogen production system into biorefining concept, which not only focus on biohydrogen but also valorize the bioproducts into high-value chemicals or high-value other products. So diversifying clean energy production sources is a vital approach towards fostering a competitive and sustainable green hydrogen economy model. So thank you for your attention, and sorry for the inconveniences caused. Thank you.
Let's thank our presenter. Actually, you are just under a minute over the time, but that's okay. So next, I'm ready now to accept questions from our audience for our presenters who should stay online. If we can have a bunch of 5 questions for the presenters. Is our mic around, the roaming mic? We can move it around.
We are online also, online, don't forget.
All right, plus any online audience may also raise up. Are we able to see their hands somehow? Or any questions? Is there a way to?
Yes, my hand is up.
Okay. Online. Okay, maybe let's give a chance to the online hand first.
Yeah.
The person online, can you please ask your question and specify
Yes.
to whom it is going to?
Yes, thank you very much. I have one question for the first presenter, and then 2 questions for the last presenter. So the first presenter, in adding the biochar to the substrate, is it for the increment in gas quality or in gas quantity? And then did you do any comparative analysis for the yield of biogas with or without the biochar? That's the question. Now, to the last presenter, let me just find out quickly, which pre-treatment methods did you apply to the food waste before the fermentation? That's question one. And question two is, which microbial traits did you encounter before the fermentation? And were these naturally occurring microbes, or they have to be engineered? And if I may add the last one, did you identify any inhibitors like volatile fatty acids or ammonia, which inhibit the production of hydrogen? And how did you deal with that? Thank you very much.
Okay. Maybe we can have the presenter take on those questions, or the two presenters take on those questions first.
May I say something?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay, in my question, just I add biochar to increase the quality of biogas, because since biochar facilitates the condition for microorganism participating in biogas production, just both quality and the quantity of the biogas was increased by biochar addition during our experimental period. If you need more emphasis, I can say something.
Okay, now to the next two questions for the last presenter.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for the questions. For the food waste pretreatment, we didn't apply any advanced pretreatment strategy to the food waste. We only basically did grinding, and we finally ground the food waste and store in the climate change until use. So there was no advanced pretreatment applied to the food waste. Coming to the microbial strains, as this study was concentrated on scaling up perspective, so we thought natural microbial or natural occurring inoculum will be suitable for that. So the digested from biogas plant was enough for the process. So we didn't engineer or didn't buy any specific strains from any laboratory to use in the process. So digested from anaerobic digestion plant was used and pretreated at 80 degrees C for 24 hours, aiming at eliminating the let's say unwanted microbial strains and preserving the hydrogen producing strains, which are basically Enterobacter and Clostridium species. So inhibitors identified throughout the process, the scope of the study did not include the identification of any inhibitors during the process, but the characterization of the food waste helped prevent or helped to already foresee some potential inhibitors during in large-scale dark fermentation plants, such as high lipid content or high protein contents, and also high metal contents, heavy metal content could also contribute or inhibit the process in large-scale systems. But also, we also pointed out the higher concentration of the substrates will also be cause some inhibitions throughout the process.
Okay, thank you. I saw a number of hands in the audience. Can we quickly ask those questions?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Jabajo. This is Msonda Ngonga from SASCO, Regional Secretariat. Jabajo, I just want to find out, your project looks like these are hanging fruits we can bounce on and try to see to implement very quickly, especially from the practical point of view, in the sense that most of these food waste points quite available everywhere, even at the institution where you are. And it doesn't require a lot of huge investment. Do you have an example where we can learn from community of practice or somewhere where people are practicing this? Thank you.
Okay, let's have the mic move around. We'll take several questions at once.
My question is for the first presenter. I want to know what was the particle size of the biochar used for the process?
Which presenter?
The first one.
The first presenter.
Yeah.
Okay, can we have the mic move around again? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have two questions. One for first presenter and one for second one. Okay. So my first question is, how did you evaluate the digestion stability for the first presenter?
Okay.
The second one is, I want to know which type of digestion did you use? I mean, if it's liquid, solid, or semi-solid. And why did you pre-treat the sample before use?
Okay. Do you have any other hand up? Okay. The presenters, can you please address the questions, starting with presenter number 1?
The question is not clear. I am hearing, but may he clarify again?
Okay. I want to know, how did you evaluate the stability of the digestion?
Okay.
And the second one is on the particle size.
Right. I got the point. Okay. The stability of my digestion is I have a control digesters. Then when I add the biochar on different ratio on different digesters, I get the more biogas. And also, there is no decline in gas production while the experimental period, while we measure the amount of biogas, the methane. So just after 55 days, it started to decline, which is normal, because I measure my digester stability by the amount of biogas generated from the indirect unit.
Okay, and go ahead. Another question for the first presenter, if repeat.
Char use.
Okay. What was the particle size for the biochar that was used? Presenter number 1.
Yes, again.
What was the particle size of the biochar that was used?
Just morphology. We didn't measure the morphology. Just it is one of our research gap which need in the future. Just I recommend it in the future.
So it wasn't measured. Okay, can we have the presenter number 2? There was a question that was posed to you. Ms. Abire? Ms. Abire, are you with us?
Yes, sir. I was talking with that on my mic. So the question was about the digesters, if I heard well, please.
I want to know which type of digestion did you use? I mean, if it's liquid, semi-solid, or solid. And why did you pre-treat the sample before use?
Okay. Thank you for your question. Yes. Okay. Thank you for your question. I use solid-state bag digesters for that. And why the pre-treatment? That is because of to obtain good results. Because the cassava paste were first wet, so it was before to dry it because of a kind of optimization also. And in fact, the test, the BMP test was achieved in Rostock in Germany. So before going there, to keep the sample good for our test, so it was necessary to protect them. That is.
I believe we have exhausted the questions, and since we are running short of time, I would like to thank our presenters and the audience.
Please, I think there was a question addressed to me.
Okay, which one was that?
I think one question was to
On scaling up.
Yes, if there is already some example of plants that we can learn from for replication purposes. Currently, as of now, this technology is still at semi-pilot scale, or semi-pilot to pilot scale. So there's no commercial plants on dark fermentation producing hydrogen till now, but there are a lot of trials, and that's why research is accelerating towards making the technology feasible at commercial scale. But here in Germany, we have in Magdeburg a pilot plant of 10 meter cubes that produces green hydrogen from straw, and that's a practical example from which we can learn and for replication purposes. So more or less, we have pilot plants up to 30 liters or up to 230 liters around the world. But still, many trials are ongoing to make it feasible and economically competitive with the conventional hydrogen production pathways. So a lot of work still remains to optimize the processes to get it commercially feasible. Thank you.
Okay. Any other issues in the audience? I presume we don't have any further issues. Therefore, I would like to thank the presenters and the audience for active participation in this session. And with that, I come to the end of my session. And since we are running short of time, I hope the next moderator is available to get this started on. I thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to session 5. This session is on health, environmental, and cultural aspects of harnessing green energy in the African context. My name is Margaret Angola from the University of Namibia, and I'll be moderating this session. We have about 7 scheduled presentations, each lasting 10 minutes. For the presenters, I will interject to give 2 minutes warning when the time is almost up. Without wasting time, our first presenter is online, Sunday Academy from Covenant University, and they are going to present on GIS-based route optimization for sustainable waste management, a review of urbanization, waste generation, and health impacts in Nigeria and globally. Sunday Academy, you have 10 minutes and your time starts now.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants of the International Conference. It's a great honor to be with you today. My name is Engineer Sunday Academia, a third year Covenant University PhD student. I'm going to be talking on what I've titled GIS-based route optimization for sustainable management, a review of urbanization, waste generation, and health impacts in Nigeria and globally. And this is going to be the table of content from the introduction even to the references. Introduction. Municipal solid waste management has become a global environmental issue, and this is due to two major factors: rapid urbanization and populational increase. And so, with the increase in population and urbanization, waste generated is beyond what can be properly managed by the infrastructures that are available. According to these two authors, waste management has to do with a whole lot of processes, from the generation even down to the disposal. But one of the major aspects that is very crucial is the collection and the transportation of the waste. And then, as we can see in Nigeria, only about 20 to 30% of over 25 million tons of waste that are generated are being collected. So we have about 80 to 70% of waste uncollected, as you can see in figure 1. And this has led to a lot of environmental issues and also public health issues. And that is why this study is portraying how we can use GIS technology even to optimize the collection of waste, and thereby we'll be able to minimize the emission, enhance coverage, and also support sustainable urban development. Our methodology, this is a systematic review, and so we have certain key questions that have been set out that also was answered even by the systematic review. Number 1, what are the current patterns and future projection of urbanizations, and how does this urbanization increment relate to waste being generated? And also, we're going to be talking about the public health implications that are associated with waste not properly managed, and then we'll now provide a solution which can be done even using the GIS-based technology to increase the route optimization. And so for the systematic review, we use the PRISMA framework, which deals with 4 aspects, from the identification to the screening, eligibility, and also the inclusion. And also for our database, for our database selection, we use a lot of searches such as the Scopus, the Science Direct, the Springer Link, and the Google Scholar, using the Boolean combination of keywords such as urbanization, public health, GIS, and waste generation. And then we had about 1,256 initial record, but after all of the assessments with the Prisma, we used about 111 references. And so we can see this is the Prisma framework of how we got down to using about 111 references. And so also we did a publication review, and for this study, for the 111 review, most of the studies were done for the last 10 years, and majorly of it for the last 5 years. We can see that GIS is becoming a trend, is becoming something that most countries are now using because of its efficiency. Result and discussion. From the urbanization state, answering the first key question, we discovered that the world is getting more urbanized daily and is experiencing an upward trajectory. We can see that African population is going to increase by about 60% even by 2050. And so the increase in urbanization is outpacing the infrastructural development. And then we can see also the link between urbanization and waste generation. As urbanization is also increasing, the waste generated globally is also on the rise. We can see that about 2.25 billion metric tons of waste are generated in 2020, which will be about 3.88 billion tons by 2050. That is about 73% increase. And one of the things we should note is that countries that have a lot of population are generating a lot of waste. We can see in Brazil, China, and India as seen in table 1, whereby Brazil, having a population of over 203, are generating about 81.8 million. So as population is increasing and the world is getting more urbanized, so also is the waste generated. And this is leading to a whole lot of public health issues because the infrastructures are not also increasing in that same pace. And so we can see that about 25 reviews were done, and one of the health issues seen with waste not properly collected or efficiently collected, we can see that airborne diseases amount to about 55%, whereby we have things like respiratory issues, asthma, cancer, cardiovascular issues due to open burning and vehicle emission. We can see those related to water, through leachates and blockage of drainage, and we can also see other challenges. So this answers the second key questions, that waste not properly collected is leading to a whole lot of health issues. We can see those of open dumping. When waste are not properly collected, people resort to burning their waste, open dumping them, just dropping them, blocking the drainage, and also it leads to higher vehicle emission. And so we can see a whole lot of health issues that are associated with waste not properly collected. And that is why we're portraying GIS, which is a known software that helps minimize distance, fuel use, travel time, as the case may be. And it's also very efficient even in monitoring waste accumulated and disease spots. One of the things we can see, and why we use Nigeria as a case study, is that for the past 10 years, a review was done even in this study. And one of the things we can see is that GIS has been used for various things such as bus routing, petroleum logistics, land siting, emergency routing, and all of that. But for the past 10 years, it has only been used once. And that was used by Aji and Ibokwe in 2023, where he used it in a city called Port Harcourt, and then he saw how efficient using GIS in solid waste management could optimize route. And so it is expedient that there is a broader dimension even to the use of GIS. As we can see in other parts of the country, globally, you can see that it has been used in Kulan, in India, in Brazil, in so many places, and it is very efficient. We can see in some of the places, it optimized the route for about 9%. It reduces the kilometer in SFAX for about 10 hours, from 14 hours to 10 hours. That's about 4 hours differences. So we can see that globally, GIS used for route optimization is very efficient, but then in Nigeria, it is not readily used. And that is why some of the barriers to the use of GIS in Nigeria, just from the picture in figure 9, we can see that there are some barriers even in the routes where they are digging some they are digging some gutters, and there are some barriers that stops tractors and compactors from moving. And so we have infrastructural deficiencies, we have no live traffic integration and also forecasting, and there are also limited experts that use the GIS framework, and there are also some overlapping and also no legal framework mandating spatial data even in urban planning. And so what is the future, and what can we do to enhance the usage of GIS in Nigeria? One of the things portrayed is the improvement of infrastructures and also the integration of smart sensors waste bin. These are waste bins that can tell when the bins are filled and send some signals, and the waste can come and be collected, thereby reducing the route, reducing even the planning and all of that. And
Mr. Sunday, you have about 2 minutes to wrap up.
Thank you so much. So it has been proven models that have been used in Morocco, India, UAE, and even in Ghana. And so if this is used in Nigeria, it will probably bring about a lot of improvement. And so in conclusion, since we're talking about health, environmental, and cultural aspects of helping out the society, just like the Minister of Environmental spoke on the first day about circular economy, we can see that with the use of GIS for routing optimization, it can improve our health, thereby limiting exposure to contaminants, foul diseases, and disease vectors such as mosquitoes and all of that can cause malaria. It can also improve the environment because we'll be saving time in the collection. As we're saving time, we're also reducing fuel usage, we're reducing the emission of fuel, and also improving the quality of air. And also, it can result to circular economy in the fact that waste are not just being burnt, but thereby they are being processed, recycled, and they can be used as organic waste for biogas and composting and all of that. And also it will also improve the community engagement, thereby increasing their awareness, knowing that, oh, this waste can be collected instead of just being burnt. And so the public are encouraged even to further with it. So I think this research also fixes up to Section 5 very well. And then some SDG goals are also in alignment with this study. These are my selected references, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Sunday. Just on time. We proceed to our next presenter because the questions are slotted at the end of the session. The next presenter is also online, Dr. Amy Kebe from Sheikh Anta Diop University, and she will be presenting on the topic Women, Waste and Energy, Exploring Feminist Pathways in Africa's Green Fuel Future. Dr. Amy, your 10 minutes time starts now.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear. We can hear you.
Thank you very, very much. So good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Kebe, and I'm here today to just share some insight from what I can describe as an ongoing work. So it is on gender, on vulnerability, on energy, transition in West Africa. So my main goal in this talk is to explore how inclusive gender transformative approaches can shape Africa's green and circular energy future. And here is the structure of the talk. I will just introduce very briefly the theoretical framework that combines feminist and post-colonial perspective. And I will also present some partial field findings on informal innovation and care work, because the work is ongoing, and I will conclude with some governance implications and pathway for a just transition. So to frame the problem, we can just see how the discourses in Africa, across Africa, discourses are largely driven by technological and financial logics. And what we can see is that these frameworks often overlook social inequality and diversity of experience, which affect women, youth, older persons, displaced communities, and people living with disability. We can also look at the literature review, which just says that over 759 million Africans still lack electricity, and 2.6 billion depend on solid fuel for cooking, with the associated health costs. So energy poverty is not just about access, it is about equity, it is about dignity, and it is about human rights. So this is the central question we have here about whose knowledge count when we define sustainability. And so therefore this is something that we would like also to keep in mind throughout this presentation. So this work draws on complementary frameworks. The first one is gender transformative approaches. We don't just want to be gender friendly, but we want to go beyond women's inclusion to transform the structures that produce inequality. And the second one is intersectionality, because energy justice intersects with class, with age, with disability, migration status, and geography, among other variables. And the third one also is energy justice theory, which demands participation, recognition, and redistribution. And together, the three lens recast sustainability, not only as technical progress, but as also ethical and cultural transformation. And in our methodology, we use a qualitative, participatory, and interdisciplinary study. So it draws on semi-structured interviews, biographical narratives, and policy analysis conducted in Senegal and in its diasporas. So the participants included women, youth, elders, and persons with disability who were active in agro-residue reuse, domestic fuel management, and local renewable projects. We also analyzed national energy policies and regional frameworks such as the ECOWAS gender strategy. And this approach emphasizes what we can call as co-production of knowledge so that we ensure that the research benefits community directly. So the first finding we can discuss is that across rural and peri-urban areas, people living in vulnerable positions are innovating daily. For example, they transform agricultural waste into briquettes, they maintain biodigesters, and they develop clean bookstore projects through community groups. And these informal innovation ecosystems respond to deforestation, inflation, and energy scarcity. And what it shows is that sustainability is already being practiced locally outside formal policy. Innovation here is collective, and it is most often driven by women, by youth and elders alike. The second finding is that care work is the invisible infrastructure, and it is sustaining both families and ecosystems. Across households, women and young caregivers spend hours gathering foods, cooking, and protecting health. And these are not merely domestic chores, but they are acts of environment stewardship. We can recall one participant who said, "We carry the fuel, the food, the fire, and the future of the family." So this should remind us that the energy decisions are guided by ethics of care and intergenerational responsibility, not only by efficiency. And recognizing this label within energy policy is very essential to a just transition. The third one is that energy practices are very dynamic, they move with people, and many households operate between rural, urban, and diasporic spaces, sharing remittances, sharing technologies, and knowledge. And these translocal networks generate what I call like ecologies of memory. We have the remembrance of the colonial and ecological loss, which fuels present resilience. So mobility and memory just link the material and the symbolic, showing how innovation emerges from history, from place and identity. And the fourth finding is that despite these grassroots innovations, governance remains top-down. The vulnerable peoples are often labeled as beneficiaries rather than partners. And more often, participation is frequently symbolic, consultation without decision power, and a gender-responsive and right-based governance model would ensure co-creation, gender disaggregated data, and accountability. In short, we must move from representation to shared power. And that is why we have here two rationalities shaping the energy transition. We have, on the first hand, the technocratic rationality, which focus on access, on growth, on output, and on the other, we have the justice-oriented rationality, which is focused on equity, on care, and recognition. And in our mind, a genuinely just transition requires balancing these logics. It means valuing knowledge, diversity, acknowledging vulnerability, and measuring success through well-being as well as through megawatts. This approach aligns with SDG 5, SDG 7, and SDG 13, respectively, which they deal with gender equality, with clean energy, and climate action. So to conclude here, we can say that the energy transition is not just technical. It is social, it is ethical, it is political, and communities facing vulnerabilities, mostly women, the youth, elderly, the displaced people, and persons with disability, They are already leading the way toward sustainability. And a gender transformative approach grounded in participation in recognition and redistribution is the only path to a truly inclusive transition. And integrating this principle into Africa's green, hydrogen, and circular energy agenda will make our transition not just greener, but fairer. Indeed, a just and inclusive energy future for Africa will be built from the ground up through care, through knowledge, and through shared power. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Kebe. You were just on time. Please remain online. The questions will be, the question and answer slot is at the end of this session. I will call upon our next presenter, whom I believe is here in person, Dr. Daniel E. Botta from New Carbon Technologies Pty Ltd, who's going to present on the topic Transforming Agricultural Waste into Renewable Resources, a Circular Economy Solutions for Botswana via Containerized Poultry Litter Pyrolysis. Dr. Daniel, your time, 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Botta. I also just want to acknowledge my co-authors as presented on the screen. Let's see. Next. So, I will be presenting a paper on circular economy, and specifically we will be focusing on the pyrolysis plant of poultry litter. So Botswana is an arid to semi-arid country and is landlocked, and it faces some critical reinforcing challenges in waste management, energy security, and agricultural productivity. The nation is also a net importer of fuel and food. The opportunity is that we have here a country that has a dominant poultry industry, which generates substantial growing volumes of poultry litter. The improper disposal leads to severe environmental degradation, which includes groundwater, water contamination, as well as biosecurity risks. Pyrolysis is a potential solution to this problem, and we believe it's an innovative waste to energy and zero waste technology that offers a robust circular economy solution. During this process, we will also align with multiple sustainable development goals, including no poverty, zero hunger, affordable and clean energy, responsible consumption, and life on land. So although we have a poultry industry that has a large source of protein, it generates a significant environmental burden. In the Greater Gaborone area alone, we produce an estimated 48 metric tons of poultry litter every day from 11 commercial poultry farms. And the traditional land application, although prohibited, is causing nitrate contamination and biosecurity risks. Botswana is heavily reliant on imports for fuel and electricity. Only 66% of the population has electricity access, and the rural areas especially are heavily burdened with this. So the national targets of Botswana are also to account for at least 15% of the energy mix by 2030. Local fuel production is also a high priority. The arid climate and unreliable rainfall hinders crop production, and soil quality is a major constraint, being sandy and saline and lacking essential nutrients. It also has very poor retention capabilities. So poultry litter pyrolysis addresses these in quite a nice manner. The core technology that we employ is pyrolysis, which is a thermochemical conversion process that applies heat in the absence of oxygen and extracts valuable products from carbonaceous materials. And the technology we employ is the core, as a core solution, is Pyrocarbon Energy's containerized pyrolysis plant, or the CPP for short. It's very compact and engineered into a standard 12-meter ISO container that allows for complete fabrication and testing before rapid deployment into remote locations. It's a continuous process, and it features 6 independently controlled resistive heater elements which adjust the temperature precisely across the reactor. It's also controllable in terms of its speed, therefore adjusting the residence time to optimize yields. We also have engineered it to be self-sustainable so that the gas is used in the generator set to generate electricity for self-consumption, as well as excess power to be exported. There are basically 4 high-value product streams, the first being bio-oil, biochar, gas, and pyrolytic acid. Bio-oil is a liquid product with a calorific value exceeding 40 megajoules per kilogram, and it can be further distilled in biodiesel and light fuel oil. Biochar is a solid residue which has a high carbon content, and we obtain about 20% by mass of the feedstock. It increases the soil pH, the nitrogen, the carbon, and the cation exchange capacity in significant ways. It also greatly improves water retention, which is crucial in Botswana's arid climate. Environmental benefits are that it immobilizes pollutants and also provides effective carbon sequestration. The high temperatures also neutralize any bacterial pathogens, and it also is utilized as a feed supplement for livestock. Pyrolytic acid is a crude organic liquid product which can be used in agriculture as a growth stimulant and fertilizer, pesticide, herbicide, and fungicide. This also helps the offset of the import of chemical equivalents. The syngas is used in a generator to provide electricity, as we have mentioned. Excess power is available for use on the farm, and also potentially available to feed back into the national grid. So if we can summarize the 4 high-value product streams, firstly, poultry litter is addressing the disposal problem. Bio-oil addresses fuel imports, renewable energy targets, as well as the local energy requirements on the farms. Electricity Similarly, also addresses the local energy requirements, but also addresses the electricity imports of the nation, as well as rural energy needs and the renewable energy targets. Pyrolytic acid is a valuable substitute for fertilizers and chemicals. So is the biochar, but it also has the mitigating properties for drought damage, as well as feedstock in stock farming, feed additive in stock farming. So our case study here is the Richmark chicken farm, which we will use as an anchor reference site. It will be deployed in terms of 2 of our CPPs, which each have the capacity of 5 tons per day, processing a total of 10 metric tons of poultry litter daily. This model is designed to be very scalable and replicable across Botswana and the wider SADC regions, as well as the rest of the world. So the system consists of as I mentioned, 2 CPPs, which each have 5 ton per day capacities. The pre-processing section, as well as the post-processing, which includes separation of the liquid products and gas, the refining of the bio-oil into light fuel oil and diesel, as well as power generation. The farm-specific impacts include specifically waste transformation, which directly addresses the farm's disposal challenge, energy generation, providing a stable on-site energy source for the farm, especially for the high energy consuming abattoir. We will require a BERA license because we'll be producing more than 100 kilowatt, and most importantly, we also create new revenue streams, which include biodiesel, light fuel oil, pyrolytic acid, and biochar. Additionally, we also contribute to the national development in terms of the energy security, climate action, as well as economic growth, specifically aimed at rural industrialization, job creation, and diversified revenue streams. The economic viability of this reference site is quite strong in terms of, in the sense that with a capex of about 1.25 million, there's a typo there, 1.25 million US dollars. We predict at worst a 27% internal rate of return and the payback period of 2.65 years, which is very favorable. The plant, as we've said, is designed to be self-sustainable, generating more electricity than it consumes. Achievements thus far: we have performed a comprehensive feasibility study with very positive outcomes in terms of technical, market, and economics, the statutory requirements, as well as financial modeling. We also have an approved environmental management plan, as well as an approved archaeological impact assessment. So, in conclusion, the containerized pyrolysis litter plant, the containerized poultry litter pyrolysis plant is a holistic, innovative solution to Botswana's interconnected national challenges. It is modular, rapidly deployable, and overcomes geographical limitations as a result of that. The process safely sterilizes biohazards or the biohazardous waste and generates crucial energy, as well as producing superior soil amendments for arid environments. We align with several Sustainable Development Goals, and most importantly, the CPP5 is ready for production. Our outlook is that the Richmark Chicken Farm pilot serves as a transformative, scalable, and replicable model. Successful deployment offers a pathway to greener, more inclusive economy, promising enhanced energy security, improved agricultural productivity, and we also mitigate various climate impacts across Botswana and the SADC region. The market potential is that we foresee deploying about 5 such plants in Gaborone and up to 260 and more plants across the wider SADC region, not even mentioning the rest of Africa and the world. We do have some regulatory challenges. There are gaps in the current legislation in the sense that poultry litter is classified as a controlled waste. Thank you. But it lacks the formal system specifically governing its use as an energy feedstock. Botswana also lacks a dedicated biofuel law or mandatory blending requirements. The electricity feed into the national grid on a small scale is also currently only allowed for PV installations. So our recommendations are that legislation needs to be amended to formally recognize poultry litter as a renewable energy feedstock. Also, we need to develop appropriate technical standards for our products, and there should be some tax breaks for waste to energy products. We also need the legislation to allow for other forms of renewable energy in feeding back into the grid. Our timeline, past and future, can be summarized as I present on the screen now. Without going into the detail, we established New Carbon Technology as our CPP manufacturing vehicle in April this year. We have a feasibility study completed this month. The factory setup we hope to start in November next month, and the production line we hope to start in February of 2026. Thank you very much.
We are also trying to catch up with time. The face-to-face presentation are 15 minutes, sorry, not 10 minutes. Our next presenter is Dr. Bawupati Bitasa from Waskau, going to present on the topic, does renewable energy adoption enhance household investment in energy efficiency, a case study from the Central region of Togo. Is Dr. Bawupati here or not? Online. He's online. It didn't indicate online. Okay. Yeah. You have 10 minutes actually. online. Okay, your 10 minutes start now.
Thank you, moderator, and evening everyone from Namibia. Are you seeing my screen, please?
Yes, we can see your screen. Please
Thank
proceed.
You. On behalf of my co-authors, named Kimina Pilo and Lamin Jia, I am presenting for this conference the topic title, Does Renewable Energy Adoption Enhance Household Investment in Energy Efficiency? A case study from Central Region of Togo. I'm Tasa Bawati. And for this morning presentation, sharing.
Hello, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
You stop screen sharing. Okay, maybe you can put it on full presentation mode and proceed. Okay.
You are seeing the screen, right?
Yes, we can see the screen. You can proceed.
Okay. Thank you. We will go through our research background through the highlight and the implication. We will shed light our motivation, the objective of the study, and the methodology used, and the key results of this research. Going through the trend of energy efficiency and renewable energy, we can constate that in Togo, the renewable energy production is increasing between 20,000 and 2021. But energy efficiency calculated by authors based on dynamic DIA show a decreased trend between the same periods. And Togo also with other ECOWAS countries starts developing their attractive green technology investment through the programs named ECOWAS Energy Efficiency Program, ECOWAS Renewable Energy Program. But taking this together, we are seeing that the energy effectiveness is treated by barriers called insecurity, efficiency, and household motivation, and the financial constraint. Taking the most energy consumption sector in Togo, which is the household sector, we are asking us whether the energy adoption of renewable energy by household can increase their motivation to invest in energy efficiency, which are the two pillars of the sustainable energy policy. Investing in energy efficiency can decrease the energy demand and at the end can decrease also the greenhouse gases emission. But adopting renewable energy directly decrease the greenhouse gases emission and also can decrease the country dependency in terms of fossil fuel and decrease also the energy price. This is an holistic approach of sustainable energy. But looking at the literature, studies increase separately whether they are looking at the adoption sector or the investment sector. But our question is here to assess the synergy, potential synergy between the two decisions of household, taking theory of planned behavior and the theory of reason action. Here we are presenting our study area and the sampling method. We use the two-stage random selection technique to select 40,6,200 households from the district of the central region of the Togo, which is the most less electrified region of the country. And our method here, we are using the maximization model of the discontinuous sum of a certain household utility following Dato and Elcon. And here, households can decide to invest whether in energy efficiency call is here, he can also invest to adopt renewable energy and other consumption, domestic and he can spend his budget in order to purchase the other consumption called here D or C, and also invest in energy efficiency or invest in adoption of the renewable energy. Looking to the optimal way of this program, we are seeing that the energy efficiency can depend on household characteristic, and also the renewable energy adoption can also depend on the same characteristic. And we are concluding that there is a potential correlation between the two decisions, and plotting our t-test, we are seeing that yes, there is a correlation between the two decisions. We conclude then that the two decisions cannot be estimated separately. We are using here a method that can capture the synergy and the interaction between the two decisions at the household level, called the antigen switching model. And our results plot here concerning the conditional expectation, the treatment, and the heterogeneity effects. We are concluding that the renewable energy has a positive and significant impact of monetary and non-monetary investment in energy efficiency, as shared by TH and the 2TH. How can we discuss these results? The monetary energy efficiency investment and is correlated with the adoption. Why? Because adopting renewable energy decrease the energy cost at the household level, which can increase the investment to pursue the technology that energy efficiently, as concluded by Karima in 2025. And renewable energy projects often come with the financial incentive that are subsidies, and which can motivate households to invest more in energy efficiency. Renewable energy also adoption can lead to the new income generating opportunity that give household the income, the increased level of the income to invest in energy efficiency. Looking to the non-monetary energy efficiency, which is guided by the energy ladder hypothesis, we are saying that renewable energy adoption cultivate from a household is environmental awareness. Individuals adopt renewable saving habits such as turning off the light and unusing the vis. Here, this graph confirms that adoption of renewable energy increase the household environmental awareness. Looking that the household states that the environmental attitude scale from 1 not serious to 6 extremely serious. All the statements are scaled at the serious level. And our highlight here, our objective was to provide an evidence regarding household investment in energy efficient determinants, synergy, and the impact of renewable energy adoption. And we collect data from the central region in the country, and we use the endogenous switching probit model. And both decisions, adoption of renewable energy and investing in energy efficiency, are jointly influenced by the factors such as household characteristics, age, education, and marital status, and the department and the residential repartition and the environmental attitude. Moreover, adopting renewable energy increases household propensity to invest in energy efficiency. In terms of implication, we can say that in Togo, in order to ensure the sustainability of the energy sector, we can promote the net zero energy building by investing in both energy efficiency measure and the renewable energy adoption. That will facilitate reliance solely and renewable energy sources. In terms of limit of this study and the perspective, the scope of the study area was limited to the central region of the country. That cannot allow us to generalize the result to the whole country. We also rely on the cross-sectional data that are limited in terms of capturing the long-term impact. Thank you for the quality of your attention. Are you hearing me, please?
Thank you, Doctor. You are right on time. I just want to alert us that we are behind time and that this session is going to end at 2:30. If we can prepare ourselves that we're going to go to lunch at 2:30 most likely. There's an announcement I'm going to make after some presentations, maybe at the end of the session. Our next presenter is Dr. Musonda Gonga from SASCAL, who is going to highlight how they are bridging science and stewardship, integrating climate science and adaptive land management in Southern Africa. Lesson from SASCAL. Thank you. 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for that. And I would like to just clarify that my presentation is not for evaluation. Thanks for for ICERA to accord us this opportunity to highlight our issues in SASCO as we take up the mandate to manage science in Southern Africa. Thank you very much. I think as alluded to, my name is Musonda Gonga. I'm the senior scientist at Regional Secretariat here at Windhoek. We are managing climate science in Southern Africa. And of course, we have about 104 students, 24 institutions, and of course 52 contracts we are running. And actually the purpose of this presentation is just to provide some issues which are arising from managing science in the southern region, especially for climate resilient related and adaptive land management science in southern region. So basically the introduction is that Southern Africa is a climate change hotspot with impacts of about 63% of region's population being either highly vulnerable or in the low adaptive issues. And of course, key issues are rising temperatures, erratic rainfall, and of course, extreme weather. And of course, it is projected that the warming will continue for some time. And of course, the other issues which we have noticed is that over 40% of land in the region is degraded. And of course, agriculture expansion is causing about 80%. We are aware that majority of our community depends on the arable agriculture. And of course, most of our region is about 60% is in the semi-arid or dry subhumid zones. And of course, 6 global biodiversity hotspots are found in the southern region. So, despite all those issues, we are having climate change, we are having these land use issues. We have noticed that there are some barriers for people to adapt to the impacts of climate change because of the insecure land tenure, weak institutional coordination. As we have observed later that most of our institutions work in silos, and of course there are some challenges in coordination within the sectors and even outside between the sectors or among the sectors. We have limited access to climate information with less than 20% of our small-scale farmers in the region receive actionable climate information. We have low resilience in vulnerable zones. Many rural areas face compounded stressors, climate shocks, poverty, weak governance. And of course, the adaptive capacity remains lowest in the dry lands and the flood-prone areas. Of course, we understand that from our experience, and of course, for some time, we have now realized that, of course, climate data modeling can contribute to understanding projections and of course what is supposed to happen next time in the near future. Of course, with our dotted more than 150 automatic weather stations across the region. And of course, we know that now the information, scientific information, especially the information we have been getting from presentation today, it is providing some kind of an adaptive scientific insights to guide the decision upon which the management can be undertaken, and of course the adaptation. We have very good examples of community-based adaptations from which we can upscale and replicate. And of course, we have the feedback loops for learning purposes in the field, at the field level practices. And this is the conceptual framework we have developed to understand that science stewardship integration is quite possible when we integrate all the Cottonham and the value chains in the climate science. Of course, we have to explore how integrating climate science with stewardship can enhance land management resilience and sustainability of ecosystems and livelihoods. So the methodology we did a literature review. We reviewed the literature with a search engines, Science Direct, and of course Semantic Scholar. And of course we did the screening and selection which included peer-reviewed articles from 2012 to 2024. This is the period where SASCO has been so active. Then we also looked at the data management and analysis, organized the articles in Zotero, followed by Prisma guidelines for transparency and replicability. And of course, we saw the outcomes, systematic thesis of climate trends, ecological and socio-economic impacts, and adaptive land management insights. Very quickly, we checked that really the region is a hotspot for climate impacts and vulnerability. Of course, I alluded to it much earlier in terms of the projected increase in temperature, sustained increase in temperature, and of course, which is resulting in shorter, more erratic rainfall seasons. And of course, examples, 68 million people were affected during the El Nino event in 2023-24. Of course, the ecological impacts, which included severe wildlife stress, such as 160 elephants dying of starvation in Zimbabwe, and there are several issues, ecological impacts in the region, examples in the region. These trends highlights urgent needs for integrated data-driven stewardship to protect vulnerable ecosystems and ecosystem and dependent communities. So again, we looked at the climate modeling and forecasting. I alluded to over 150 automatic weather stations, which SASCO is supporting in the region. And of course, there are so many institutions, like for example, a project called TPEC, which is trying to look at how best we can project, we can do the climate projections. And of course, it's important to note here that countries like Namibia and South Africa demonstrate advanced use of this data for early warning systems. And of course, Zambia and Botswana have shown moderate uptake, but of course, there have been some challenges here and there. And of course, Angola normally faces some challenges, including limited data access and unutilized downscale data modeling because of sometimes the language, because some of these models are done in English, and of course to translate them in Portuguese, and of course use them for the local application, it becomes a challenge. So despite technical gains, technical capacity gaps, and insufficient training insufficient training limit the practical application of climate data, perpetuating the gap between science and on-the-ground decision-making systems. Of course, when we look at the emerging practices and constraints, we realize that innovative adaptive land management practices are developing across Southern Africa, and some examples are being shown in Namibia's community-based range management through the RIP project. And of course, Zambia and Angola, they're demonstrating the agroforest and conservation agriculture project supported by SASCO, Botswana's water efficient agriculture and soil conservation initiatives, and of course South Africa's provincial programs integrating adaptive land management, land reforms. But despite all these success, many initiatives remain project dependent with limited institutionalization, making long-term sustainability and climate scaling a major challenge. Effective adaptive land management requires not only technical knowledge, but strong governance frameworks, policy support, and community engagement. Now, when we looked at land, energy, climate linkages, we also looked at, we saw some opportunities and trade-offs. And of course, growing integration of land use, climate adaptation, and renewable energy planning offers sustainable opportunities. For example, in Botswana, Namibia, use of automatic weather station solar radiation data to optimize energy, renewable energy issues in smart agriculture. Zambia's small-scale solar irrigation projects are being demonstrated. In South Africa, there is the incorporation of wind, solar, and biomass energy into provincial development strategies. So also a trade-off exists as renewable energy, it requires like enough space, and it conflicts with biodiversity conservation and agricultural land use. And the lack of fully integrated cross-sector planning frameworks limit also balancing competing land, energy, and climate priorities. Governance and institutional dynamics was also another theme which was identified, and we looked at it, and we also saw that governance challenges, including institutional fragmentation. You'll find that there is no coordination within the sectors, and of course among the sectors, and also insecure land tenures among the small-scale farmers, and limited access to climate information were some of the constraints in the adaptive capacity across Southern Africa. Namibia and South Africa also show some strong policy integration and climate-embedded planning, facilitating better adaptive land management implementation. Zambia and Botswana exist moderate coordination, but still face cross-sectoral coordination challenges. But of course, Angola suffers from fragmented institutional issues and of course insecure land tenure, as I alluded to much earlier. Then also it was felt that donor-supported platforms and multi-stakeholder platforms have improved coordination, but it requires sustained political commitment and robust local governance for lasting impacts. Case-based innovations, that is localized responses, were also identified in our review. And of course, in Botswana, traditional land custodians co-design drought mitigation strategies, blending indigenous knowledge and scientific knowledge. This has been demonstrated through various articles. And Zambia farmer cooperatives through our forest project use seasonal focus to adapt cropping systems. South Africa's Working for Water program combines ecological restoration with job creation. And of course, Angola's donor-supported pilots show promise but lack scaling up and institution learning mechanism. These examples highlight the importance of recognizing and supporting and scaling community-led innovation to enhance resilience in the region wide. Science policy interface. Now we are bridging the gap and bridging knowledge and action. As I alluded to much earlier this morning and yesterday and this morning, we have been labeling to demonstrate science, and we want to see how best we can transit into action. And of course, the SASCO and the regional platform like Southern Africa Region Climate Outlook Forum have demonstrated this aspect. Also, South Africa is demonstrating high engagement with science policy platforms. Yes, please, thank you very much. So, as SASCO and these other region platforms, we are investing in training, co-production of knowledge, and digital infrastructure for essential to ensure that our clients and the stakeholders are actively involved in the process. Lessons. Of course, we have the data availability. Data availability alone is insufficient. We need institutional capacity development and, of course, sharing of the information. All in all, SASCO's transdisciplinary approach highlights the value of regional collaboration, sustained investment, and policy alignment for bridging the science stewardship gap. In terms of policy, we are saying that mainstreaming climate data into national and regional land use, disaster management, and agriculture policies are quite essential. Of course, also promoting collaborative governance, and of course expanding capacity building programs, ensuring knowledge co-production, leveraging on regional platforms like SASCO is also important. Also, they need to transform climate scientific knowledge into actionable stewardship to enhance ecosystem sustainability, food and water security, and of course human resilience. In conclusion, we would like to say that it is important that even as we move forward, we look at how best we can bridge the science through to action, in the sense that we have to streamline climate data into planning processes, as I alluded much earlier, strengthening institutional capacity and cross-sector governance, investing in community adaptation, knowledge co-production, and local innovations, enhancing science policy intervention interface through digital tools, training, and accessibility. Despite advances in climate science and monitoring, practical application lacks due to governance and capacity constraints, and data must be relevant, accessible, integrated into decision making to effectively support adaptive and management and climate resilience. Thank you very much.
Yes, our next, that was a good review actually. Thank you, Doctor. Our next presenter, I'm going to swap Honorable High Caller with Prof. Atik. Professor Atik Rahman is from the University of Namibia, and he's going to present on extraction of calcium, magnesium from borehole water and brine solutions from the Daures Green Hydrogen Village. You have 15 minutes, Prof.
Mm-hmm.
afternoon. So just really quickly, we have a quick announcement. Lunch for today is at a different location. So it's at Mirage, as you can see on your ticket. So when you go outside, don't just go straight down. You have to turn right, move to Mercure, and then turn right again. But nevertheless, we'll have someone that would escort you to the place. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. Here is my presentation, extraction of calcium, magnesium from borehole, water and brine solution from Doris, GS2 village. My name is Prof. Atik Rahman and my colleagues, Prof. Chiguare and students. So this is the presentation outline. So chemical precipitation is very important in different areas, branches, including water treatment, industrial management, and other recovery sources. So divalent cations, they are contributing to scaling and water treatment. Other processes are involved, which are efficiency, increasing maintenance cost. So brine solution, they are characterized by high salt concentration in that. The salt concentration of the boreholes water, and it requires a lot of treatment, mitigate scaling, and in order to recover various minerals and environmental discharge. Then the process is selectively involved for the removal of dissolved minerals from aqueous solution, brine, borehole, and by converting them into solid precipitates. And this mostly depends on the mineral solubility factors such as pH, temperature, and the presence of minerals, which are very, very significant influence the precipitation process. So precipitation of minerals such as calcium, sodium, magnesium, they are very important, particularly in this significant for extraction, and different chemical reagents are used here: sodium hydroxide, calcium hydroxide, sodium carbonate, and bicarbonate as well. And recovery of this magnesium and calcium is very important from the economic point of view, which has various applications across all types of industries or various industries. Optimization process is very important here, such as reaction temperature, pH, reagent dosage, and mixing intensity, that is rotation, very important. This plays very important role for the extraction of these minerals from these sources. And the main objective here involved is the extraction of the calcium, magnesium, and brine, that is borehole 1 and 2, and seawater by chemical precipitation process in order to improve the extraction process. And these precipitated minerals can be characterized by CPI after filtration and XRD, X-ray diffraction process. So in order to create a comparison point with the literature data, it has been compared for optimization and developing mineral extraction process. So following materials has been used in this process: and analytical instruments, XRD and CPI. Then experimental process here, which we developed here: borehole water and Doris brine here. Borehole water of known quantity was taken, 1 and 2. This was treated with sodium hydroxide pellets, which were crushed into powder, and the solution was stirred for 15 minutes in order to stabilize the pH, which is required 10, and it was placed in the oven for 1 hour for studying the effect of temperature, pH, all these things. And it was left overnight in the oven in order to crystallize it. And the minerals, then they were, precipitated minerals were filtered, and the residue or the solid which was recovered, it was dried in the oven at 80 degrees centigrade. And the filtered were analyzed by the mineral content. And in order to improve the process, we took 100 ml also, scale up this. Then the results are presented here. Orano, EDP intake, all these salts were used, which I have highlighted. I'll be talking about that. Sodium hydroxide 90 degrees, which gave at pH, which gave 1 gram, which is more compared to in order to compare these studies, which is the best base we did with sodium carbonate, which resulted in less. Then mixed both sodium hydroxide and sodium carbonate here at 90 degrees centigrade. Then when temperature, decrease of temperature also we have taken into consideration sodium hydroxide. So that also gave 1.158 gram. Then Different Orano EDP RO that also was tested with sodium hydroxide, 10 pH, no precipitate was formed. So different solutions, sometimes they may form precipitate or not, that is the thing. And then again here a mixture of both bases were taken. One is strong and weak base here, sodium hydroxide, sodium carbonate, resulted in very less yield, but when the temperature, again we wanted to check at low temperature with sodium hydroxide, no precipitate. So almost same story has gone for the other also, EDP and RO brine. This 100 ml mixture was taken, and with sodium carbonate and hydroxide mixture, we got good result. Then the Doris brine 6. Then here precipitation minerals using brine Orano EDP. This with calcium carbonate and other sodium hydroxide and sodium carbonate bases were tested, and 7.2 gram was the highest precipitate we got at a very high pH of 10. Others, when the pH was changed, effect of pH studied, so there was no precipitate or very less yield was observed. Then we have brine Orano EDP. In this also same process was followed. Different temperatures ranges we have taken. Scale up was done. 100 ml. So pH also ranging from 8 to 10. In the first one also we got only a higher yield. So gradually pH is raised, facilitates precipitation. 24 hours it takes at room temperature, and the precipitate is filtered and characterized by ICP. Then we have the comparing the initial mineral concentration with the final concentration here, sample 1 and sample 2. Calcium was precipitated out 92% and magnesium 82.7. Slowly it was increased. But in the brine 2, we found that sample 2, we found that calcium was less, and others, magnesium, sodium, and lithium, very, very minute, which are not accountable. So CPI index was characterized for these results. Many samples were done. We have done all these samples, but in this presentation, I have included few of them for the process. So here we can see 144 sample 3, sample 2, and sample 4. They gave calcium as more. In some cases, magnesium also was found. You can see with these results it is less, but sodium also a bit more. Yeah. Initial concentration of minerals, untreated samples, or before removal of minerals. This is you can see the higher concentration where it is there, which suggests it is more. After treatment, it is becoming less. So here, effect of temperature, different bases were used here, heated at different temperatures, 50, 66, 85, and 90 degrees centigrade. After that, we have characterized this sample by the XRD, X-ray diffraction technique. Here, for all these samples, and 48.8, 58.6, 2 theta value was observed. Very low intensity broad magnesium hydroxide brucite phase. In conclusion, it was nanocrystals. Then high intense was observed at the 30, which we are seeing that high intensity, and this suggests magnesium hydroxide or unintended carbonate formation was there, and these results are excess with calcium ions reacting with carbonate and instead of magnesium hydroxide formation. Then sample 3, Doris BH6, here also we have seen almost similar, we are getting at the 30 intense peak is there, 18.5, 38.50 strong peaks, magnesium hydroxide, then carbonate peak at the 30, that is calcium carbonate, secondary phase impurity might be there. So, comparison with the literature data, pH 10 at 90 is optimal for calcium that is precipitated, and then Ahmad et al. Reported that the chemical precipitation is achieved around pH 10 with sodium carbonate, and higher if the pH is 12.7 attempt, magnesium removal was very poor, and 90 degrees centigrade it favored better than 50 or 66. Then In addition to Ahmed et al. Confirmed magnesium removal is difficult even at higher pH, which is 11. Then high temperature, 90 degrees centigrade, pH 10 are most favorable for mineral removal, especially calcium. So Wang et al. Reported that sodium carbonate is selectively precipitate, calcium is effectively without much effect, that is magnesium sodium might be preferred better than calcium removal, cost effective. So experimental results, they show that pH 10 is good for the removal of the calcium with sodium carbonate, magnesium sodium not very effective, removed matching with the literature data. So in conclusion, this study highlights that the pH is a very crucial role here, and the selection of the base also takes very important role depending on the parameters, temperature, pH and all, selectivity for the removal of mineral extraction from borehole 1-3 and brine solution. Also calcium was the main mineral successfully removed 99.2%. When basis sodium hydroxide sodium carbonate is used at pH 10, 90 degrees centigrade. So selectively calcium, but poor for magnesium, sodium and lithium. Very, very minute amounts were observed. pH 10, 90 degrees, that is sodium carbonate was used. Then experimental findings, these are well aligning with the literature data which is existing, reinforcing sodium carbonate suitability for selective calcium removal, and this emphasizes the challenges that are associated with magnesium and lithium extraction via precipitation methods. References, acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge all the sponsors and organizers also. Then I would like to thank Prof. Chiguare, research team and students, master students, Ilya Hakongo and Josephine Ilango, who were conducting this project. Still it is ongoing. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Prof. You even made up with the time.
Okay, thank you.
We didn't lose much. Only 1 minute. Including. We only lost 1 minute, including the presentation setup. Thank you so much for the use of time. The last presenter on this session is Honorable Esther Ishiwa Haikola. She's actually affiliated with the University of Namibia as a PhD student, and she's also a member of parliament, one of the youngest member of parliament and female member of parliament. She's going to present on the research that she is commencing for her PhD, Balancing Societal and Ecological Resilience, a critical analysis of the interface between conservation and green hydrogen operations in Namibia. Your 15 minutes start now, Honorable.
Okay, thank you very much, my leader. In fact, in matter of fact, we did a project together that was legal, socio-economic, and environmental impacts of green hydrogen production and use at Daures Village, Namibia. A project that we successfully did together with Ms. Margaret and another student that she has. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much. Since I only have 15 minutes, I have to be a bit faster. I wish I could greet you properly. But my study is about balancing societal and ecological resilience, a critical analysis of conservation and green hydrogen interface in Erongo and Karas region. I didn't do it yet. It's a proposal. So as doctor said, he didn't want input. I want more input. Thank you. So you may continue. Yes, so my supervisor are Prof. Selma Lendelvo and Prof. Cien Sullivan. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to look at the balance. How is green hydrogen balancing ecological, economic, and the social aspect? Yes, we may. Oh, okay. Thank you. As we know, green hydrogen is increasingly recognized as a key solution in the global shift toward a low carbon and climate resilience future. So Namibia is now one of the countries that is poised to help fill the anticipated global hydrogen demand supply gap and lower the cost of the net zero transition. And these developments aim to address climate change, reduce dependency on fossil fuels, and stimulate economic growth and job creation. So, however, many of these projects are being planned or implemented near or within ecological sensitive and protected areas. So that's now where my study is going to be. So such as national parks, conservancies, and communal lands. Meaning, yes, it's true, green hydrogen will be developed in those areas, but what are the effects does green hydrogen have on the ecological impact, such as animals, plants, bacteria, fungi, etc., and the people as well. So the Minister of Mines and Energy stated that as a global leader in conservation, Namibia will set the bar on environmental and community responsible development in the hydrogen economy. So however, Namibian NCE, Namibian Chamber of Environment, stated that any hydrogen produced in Taukaib National Park is one of the biggest national parks in Namibia, and this is also where Hyphen will construct or is busy constructing its project. And he stated that it's correctly labeled as a red hydrogen, since its production is likely to increase the threat to many species of plants and animals on the IUCN Red List and other endemic and lesser known species that have yet to be evaluated. So the proposed project, he later stated that the proposed project development in Taukaib poses a severe threat to one of only few global biodiversity hotspots in an arid area and one of the largest near pristine on Earth. So this, we will still have to do the study and see, is this true or is it not true? And that's the beauty about research. So these are just some of the species that might only be found in Speracheti. Only some, because we can see the herbs spoke. We see it even in Etosha, in other places, but those beautiful plants you see there, they are endemic. They can only be found in Taukaib only, not anywhere else in the country, not anywhere else in the world. Okay, so these are my four objectives. Firstly, to critically analyze the interface, the relationship between green hydrogen development and biodiversity conservation by examining the societal and ecological resilience dimension in Erongo and Haras region of Namibia. Okay, with the aim of identifying sustainable strategies that minimize biodiversity loss while maximizing socio-economic benefit, because we believe green hydrogen will increase so much to the GDP and a lot of people will be employed throughout this project. But we have now also, like I kept on highlighting, that we have to see the balance. Currently, yes. Okay, so that, I think I jumped to one. Okay, yes, so I jumped to one of the objectives. But anyways, now let's look at the statement of the problem. So currently, national and regional planning frameworks do not fully integrate mechanisms that balance ecological integrity with the socio-economic rights of local communities living near proposed green hydrogen sites. You know, as much as I have been doing research when it comes to green hydrogen, you find even media will write, no, the community members do not benefit. But when you go, sometimes when you go to the community members will tell you, no, we are getting green papers and whatsoever. So we really have to check, is this true what the media is saying? And is it true what the community members are saying? Okay, there is limited empirical evidence on how green hydrogen initiatives will affect conservation areas, how inclusive and equitable the proposed benefit sharing mechanisms are, which are very important because everybody needs to benefit, and whether, especially the local people, and whether local governance structures are adequately equipped for participatory decision making, or there is only just a group of people that only make decisions when it comes to green hydrogen. So without a coherent framework that aligns energy development with conservation and community resilience, green hydrogen operations risk and intensify social inequalities, undermining ecological stability and weaken Namibia's sustainable development goals. So this gap underscores the need for robust, context-specific research that critically examines the relationship between green hydrogen development, conservation, and inclusive governance. And this study seeks to fill that gap and will serve as a crucial baseline upon which future research and policy development. Okay, this is now the most interesting part, because my leader introduced me as an honorable member, but when you have to do policy or when you have to talk about green hydrogen, you should be able to know, to understand it well, isn't it? Okay, so it can also assist, so this study will assist in policy development, and especially as Namibia continue to expand its green hydrogen ambition within ecological and socially sensitive areas. So this is the theoretical framework. It's based on the, like I've kept on mentioning, it's based on the three economic, social, and environmental dimension. So we believe that true sustainability lies at the intersection of all three dimensions. If one is prioritized, if we prioritize social and we leave economic and environmental aspect, then we lose the balance. So if one is prioritized without consideration for the others, example, economic growth at the expense of ecological health, sustainability is compromised. If we are just chasing profit, job creation, money, and then we are cutting all the welwitschia mirabilis in Namibia, then we are losing. So in this study, this diagram justifies the need for a balanced approach, one that promotes green economic growth through hydrogen. So these are just the pictures. These are the pictures that we took when we were doing the study that I have mentioned that I did with Miss Margaret and Stephanie, the student that was also assisting us in the project. And we did it at Daures Green Hydrogen Village. So the study area in this case is the Taukaib, excuse my clicking. It's not that great, but so it's Taukaib, the national park, which is 21,800 kilometers square. It's actually a very big park, and it's situated within the coastal Namibia desert between Aus and Luderet. It has 31 endemic species, and it also hosts 25% of Namibian plant species. It has high biodiversity with a significant number of endemic species, but it's also high fragile, making it vulnerable to potential negative environmental impacts from industrial activities. So in this case, Hyphen Hydrogen Energy is the main green hydrogen operator in that area. So the one in the south, okay? Then we have now TSEP Conservancy, where Daures Green Hydrogen is. So it's located in northwestern Namibia. I believe most of you visit Daures and you will see where it is in this weekend. The region has sparse vegetation, unlike Taukaib, okay, featuring important, but it also has now important species such as welwitschia mirabilis and Camifora wildi, okay. So welwitschia mirabilis is one of the national plant, very, very important, and even if the police find you having it, you'll be imprisoned and pay a lot of fines. Okay, so it supports moderate biodiversity, not high, but moderate, with some vulnerable and endemic species. So, as I have mentioned, that the Daures Green Hydrogen Village, it is situated in that TSEP Conservancy. So those are my two study areas, the National Park and the Conservancy. Okay, thank you very much. I will just round up. So my research design, I will use both mixed qualitative and quantitative, and I will also use, citizen science. So in the field, my first objective, we will do field assessment. We'll use field science, as many people are not really familiar with citizen science. It's not field science, but citizen science. It was actually used, it's one of the effective, and it allowed the public to participate in real research. For example, the citizen science was used in developing an atlas, tree atlas in Namibia that was done 2005. And volunteers in collecting data over large areas in long time spans, they, at the same time, they are aware, like there's also public awareness when we collect data, and then they, in another way, they are being also educated. So we will also use stakeholder mapping and engagement, identifying stakeholders such as you that are in this room, and the locals, the ministry, and everybody that is close related to green hydrogen or close associates. So we will do conduct interviews. We will do. We will also review literatures and integrate ecological, social, and governance findings. So this is just the citizen science. I wanted to explain it with time, but time is not allowing. But that is how we are going to do it. Yes, that's how we are going to do it also along the road. The data analysis will just use SPSS and other softwares, and we will use quantitative survey data, ecological field, and see the best statistical test that we'll use according to the data that we will find. In conclusion, Namibia's energy and sustainable development needs can be met using a strategic approach that considers the full societal and ecological cost and benefit of each form of energy production. So this option must be carefully studied and compared to ensure that Namibia develops a truly sustainable energy sector that minimizes cost to its biodiversity and maximize benefit for its people. So thank you very much. Anyways, Saskal, I'm looking for funding because this is a self-funded project that I'm doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Aikola. We have come to the end of the presentations. But before I open up the question and answer slot, let me just make an announcement that I received from organizers. It has to do with tonight's dinner. So I just want to inform everyone that the dinner is not at this venue, it's at a different hotel. And we just want to announce that you'll be picked up at 6:30 p.m. In front of the conference hall. In front of the conference hall, you'll be picked up to go to another venue. So you have to be transported there for dinner. Thank you. That's the announcement that I wanted to make. Now I'm going to open up the question and answer session. We had 7 presentations. They were all interesting. Some touched on human dimension on green energy. Others looked at environmental dimension. Others also integrated cultural and health issues. And let's also not forget that there was a presentation on a review that looked at how science policy has been integrated within the SADC region. So I'm going to open up, and then let us not forget those that are online. I just want the IT team please to alert us if there's any hand that is raised online. And for those that are in the house, please raise your hand and then we'll give you a chance. I'll take, because lunch is overdue, I think let's just make use of 20 minutes for this session. Perhaps let's take the first 3 and see how it goes. Thank you. The presenters, if you look at your book, you can count number 1 to number 7. Prof. Atik is number 6. And Esther Haikola is number 7. If you want to refer to presenters. Floor is open.
Thank you very much. My question is to presenter number 7, to the Honorable. There have been a lot of controversy and discussions about the Tsaukaib area and the establishment of the hyphen plant. I understand that the hyphen plant is going to be 20 kilometers by 100 kilometers, which is basically, I think, about 2,000 square kilometers, if I multiply well, or 200 square kilometers. Oh, it's 100 by 20, so 2,000 square kilometers. And when I look at this, in comparison to the size of the whole Tsaukaib, which I saw you indicated 21,800 square kilometers, and I calculated, I found 0.9% of that reserved place is going to be used for hydrogen production by hyphen. My question is this significant or not?
Did you say 0.9% is going to be used by hyphen?
Hyphen is going to use 20 kilometers by 100 kilometers.
Okay, that is 0.9%?
Yes, it's...
Okay, I just wanted to get that correct.
No, it's not 21, because the other one is 21,800 square kilometers. This one is 20 by 100, 2,000 square kilometers.
So that is 0.9.
It's 9%.
9 or 0.9?
Now we have to do the calculation. My question is
okay, between 0.9 and 9.
Yeah, is it?
Somewhere there. Okay.
You can do the calculation and do it correctly. 9%. The question is it significant?
Next question. Anyone? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you to all the presenters for the wonderful presentations. My name is Angela Nakale. I'm within the water sector. I have two questions. The one goes to the study on the Dores and the Orano, the use of chemical precipitants to remove minerals. I would like to access if the report is published, just to see if the same method can be applied to other mineral extractions. So I would like more information on the publication. The second question goes to the case study of Central Region Togo. I would just like to know if there were any observation with regards to the household's behavior and what motivated the changes in behavior in as far as now the renewable energy efficiency is concerned. Were there any incentives or were there a promotion in terms of awareness or access, increased access to the technology? Thank you.
Okay, last one. We'll take the last one and then we do this round.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Emmanuel Rutaya. I've got two questions. One, to the new carbon presenter. Do you think the PRP technology could be scaled down to reduce cost and maybe focus on one or two key products to ensure wider adoption given the high cost of your modular unit that you have presented to us? The second question is to Honorable Haikola, and it's a simple question. I want to know, why did you choose citizen science methodology as part of your approach in studying this topic? Thank you.
Okay. Your first question, was it to presenter number 3, Dr. Botta? Okay. You got the question? Thank you. I'm going to give a chance to, let's first start with Honorable Haikola. I think there were 3 questions, was two questions addressed to you. One on the controversy and the 9%, and the last one, why did you choose citizen science?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure if I should stand up.
You have 1 minute to answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. I don't want to really pre-assume because of my environmental knowledge. I don't want to say yes, 9% is a lot because Hyphen might only say that they will only use that 200, but remember the people that are also coming to work. We have seen a lot of development that turned, like a place that turned into a town. So it might be like that. But I don't want to say that since this is a proposal. What I'm trying to say is that we have seen towns where there was only a mine within a small square, within a small area, but we have seen a lot of influx, a lot of people coming to that place, and then it later developed into a town. So if it now happens to Tsaukaib, it means we will lose a lot of species, and endemic species. But I don't want, like I said, I don't want to preempt that. The second question is, why did I use citizen science? Very good question, interesting. So the reason why I chose it is because we want to allow the public to participate in the real research. We have seen, as I was explaining, we have seen how successful Tree Atlas was done in 2005, and still many more research that was done using citizens. I see now people are using iNeutralist, the online method to say, but it's successful. So we want to try it with this project, especially when it comes to conservancy that involve a lot of people, or to say social, it's more social than other studies that you only do, for example, in the water. Thank you for the questions, and I hope I've done justice.
Okay, I don't know if the moderator is allowed to interject. For me, I also want to add, just to say, for the sake of scientific rigor, perhaps you could also do literature review and see how useful is citizen science in interdisciplinary studies, because your study is highly interdisciplinary, intersecting social science and natural sciences. So how useful is citizen science in general, and maybe as an offering from your PhD, you can demonstrate if that is useful when it's applied to green energy. Just my 2 cents there. So I would want to invite presenter number 6 to answer the question on publication in. Yeah, the information, there was a question, there's an interest on your publication, or especially on the Orano brine mineral extraction study. If you can quickly answer that one.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, on that we will go for a publication. I need to discuss with my colleague with the chapter, publication, or what. Still, if work is to be added, we will add it in that and divide into different publication. I need to discuss with my research colleague, Prof. Chiva.
I think the question was also, is it already published or is it in process?
No.
It
is not published, no.
Yeah, so I would recommend that you get her email address. As soon as you are ready to share your information with the public, maybe she will be the first person to share your results.
Thank you.
Okay, next we will go to presenter number 4. There was a question on household behavior, what motivated it, something about incentives, was it incentives, awareness, access to technology, etc. The study that was conducted in Togo. I think it's online presenter, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Are you still around? Please, the floor is yours. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Once again, we want to know in the sector which was the energy, which consume more energy in Togo, which is the household sector. What motivates their awareness to adopt renewable energy
I think you are cutting.
invest in energy efficiency?
Dr. Bitasa.
Increase the energy sustainability and
Dr. Bitasa, can you hear us? I don't think you can hear us. Can you hear us?
please.
You are cutting.
Are you hearing me? Please.
You are cutting. Is it possible to type your answer in the chat? And then so that is it possible to see the chat? Okay, please type in the chat. No, we can't hear you. Your network is cutting.
Yes,
please type the answer in the chat.
Okay.
And then,
good now?
Yeah, you can try. Hello? While Dr. Bitasa is arranging on his side, maybe we can move on to Dr. Bota to answer the question that was posed to him.
Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, we are working on scaling both down and up. Our initial scale was chosen to match a typical large-scale poultry farm, but we are working on small-scale implementation as well. For that, and then on the second part of the question, 1 or 2 products. The thing with pyrolysis is you get them all. So the process conditions determines what we focus on. So if we want to focus on biochar, we'll change the process conditions to suit that, and then the others will be byproducts. If we want to focus on diesel, we'll focus. Then we'll adapt the process to optimize the bio-oil section. So yes, we can adapt the process to suit the products, and we will be scaling up and down to suit different markets.
Was that satisfactory, or is there a need follow-up? Okay. I just want also, I don't want to nudge you, but there were 2 presentations online. Maybe we can, if anyone have a question on those. There's one which was on GIS, application of GIS for sustainable waste management from Nigeria. If anyone has a question. And then there was another one on, this one has to do with the human dimension of green energy that was using feminist gender methodologies. Yes.
Hello? Okay, thank you. My question goes to the GIS-related presentation, which was brilliant from my point of view. I was wondering what data you used to create the network analysis, as from my experience, data on street networks are often not complete, for example, when using OpenStreetMap data. So I was wondering if you were able to retrieve whole street network data for your region of interest. Thank you.
Okay, and then is there another question on, especially on women, waste and energy? Is there anyone having a question on that? Okay. Maybe we can take another one. Any presenter? A question on any presenter? Is that all? Yes, Prof?
I don't have a question, I just have an observation.
Yes.
Where I heard that women are taken as beneficiaries, not as
Decision makers, yeah.
Is this the truth in every country, or is this happening only in the country of the presenter? And are there any measures that their government specifically is taking to ensure that their women are also decision makers, especially in issues related to energy and green hydrogen specifically? Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Kebe, are you still with us? Dr.
Yes,
Kebe?
I am.
Did you get the question clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the question.
Okay.
What I would like to say is that the study is centered around Senegal and the diasporas, meaning Senegalese people who are sending remittances from abroad. So what the government is doing is not much, but we have other organizations that are working with communities in order to shift this power issue. So what they do mostly are awareness raising. We have also trainings, because even though we would like to have more inclusive representation, we need also to make sure that those communities are empowered to do so. So it has to do a lot with environmental training, educational, financial, so that all the people who are left aside can be part of the governance committees. So that's what I wanted to say. It's a long journey, but we have seen that when communities are engaged, we have more sustainable results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we go to Dr. Akademe. Mr. Akademe, are you with us? Did you get the question?
Yes.
Please, you have 1 minute.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for the question asked. You said what network will be incorporated into the GIS software. Most of the times we use the OpenStreetMaps as the OSM, and those ones we're able to get satellite road networks, and we can also use GPSs and get satellite imagery and all of that. So those are the things that are normally incorporated into the GIS network, and it can always give us certain nodes of where we can pick up waste and also optimize the route. Thank you so much.
And are there any other sources where you get your data?
Not really. It's because it's a software, and so all we need to do is just to incorporate these road networks, traffic volumes, and the rest of them into the network, and then just run it.
Thank you very much. I believe there's no more questions. We can officially end this session. I just have one query to Dr. Ngonga from SASCA. The review that you presented, is it published already? Is it in the process? Is it just a presentation? Okay, because I'm very much interested. Please. if I can be the first recipient. Thank you very much. It's time for lunch.
This one is one of the.
Let me also give mine.
They are getting you on the camera.
Oh, okay. And you, Prophet?
Another one? Get this one also. Prof, join us.
Prof, join. She will take. Prof Chigwari, come. You come? Wait.
Only at 4 p.m. Yes. Just checking if everything is okay.
Careful with the phone.
The folder.
The
back.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Just a little
Make sure that your finger is not covering. You take? Okay. Yeah, I think. Thank you so much. Oh, okay.
Yes, come.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, one here with this background. Is it clear? From that angle. Let them go. background. Eh?
boys come back. Ah, we don't come back really. We never left that. Just give them chance. You give them the hand, you give them a finger, they take the whole hand. What are you guys gonna eat? No man, go. Tell me. This was nice. Man. I'm more like this. Let's just do that. What did I do wrong? See? Yeah, just. I think that's stand in the center.
Hello. Good afternoon to the online presenters. I wish to inform you that we are behind with time. We will therefore only be commencing at 3:20 local time. So please do just remain on standby. Thank you. online presenters, are you on standby? Just give me an indication if they have a thumbs up. All right. Fatou N, are you online?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, those online as well as in person. Welcome to this session on development and strategies and implementation, which is a critical theme as Africa is advancing towards sustainable energy, agriculture, and infrastructure solutions. I am Angela Nakale. I am with the Bulk Water Utility as a research engineer, and I will be moderating this session. So today we will explore 4 innovative and regional diverse approaches that will address sustainability through centralized technologies, circularity, and strategic planning. So our speakers will present on topics ranging from biohydrogen for agriculture in West Africa to stranded infrastructure in Egypt, renewable cooking fuels in Southern Africa, and green hydrogen for sustainable building across the continent. So let's dive in and welcome the first presenter who is online. Dave Fatou, I would just like to inform you that you are allocated 10 minutes for your presentation. All questions will be reserved for the end of all presentations. All right, so please take the floor and welcome.
Thank you so much, Ma. Can you see my screen, please? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible and your screen we see your display. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me put this down. Okay, I am Fatou Ann, and I'm here to present on my topic, Assessing Regional Potential for Biohydrogen-Derived Urea Synthesis, a multi-country study across West Africa. So at first, excuse me, I'm having a bit of some technical issues here. Sorry. Okay. Are you seeing my screen, please? Hello?
And?
Yes, are you seeing my screen, please?
Yes, your presentation is visible. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. So this is the outline I'm going to follow for the presentation. And we start off with the introduction. At first, we are going to look at the global strategic context. When we talk of urea-based, biomass-based urea production, the first thing that comes to our mind is ammonia, of course. So ammonia lies at the heart of global food security, with 70% of ammonia used in nitrogen fertilizer. But 60% of it is being channeled through urea synthesis, the most widely used nitrogen fertilizer. But yet the critical molecule is also a climate liability. Conventional production via steam methane reforming and coal gasification contributes at least approximately 1.3% of global CO2 emission, making ammonia one of the most carbon-intensive industrial chemicals. When we look at the regional relevance and the application when it comes to West Africa is being exposed to so many vulnerabilities when it comes to volatile market dynamics, and these can be seen in the wide range of fertilizer prices ranging from $25 to $78 per kilogram bag. And despite Nigeria having an industrial scale urea production, most countries in West Africa, if not all, still import urea fertilizer, especially from North Africa, Europe, and Asia. So now the technical context here, the conventional harbor wash process powered by hydrogen from natural gas via steam methane reforming still remains the dominant process used, and it contributes significantly to global CO2 emission. In contrast, there are hybrid renewable systems which use solar and wind for clean hydrogen production through electrolysis, the one that can be seen in Dura Green Hydrogen Village there in Namibia, where water electrolysis is used and powered by renewable resources to produce green hydrogen. Despite this, biomass is hardly utilized as a primary hydrogen source. Basically, it is used as a standalone system instead of the primary H2 source production. So this then brings me forth to my problem statement. The first thing is the population growth in West Africa. West Africa faces mounting pressure of population growth. In population growth, obviously, we might incur food insecurity and high cost of fertilizer. Limited access to fertilizer exacerbated by volatile global markets and fragile national economics continue to undermine agricultural productivity. Meanwhile, fertilizer production remains dependent on non-renewable hydrogen sources, despite the region's abundant and underutilized agricultural residues. This presents a critical gap, the lack of integrating biomass-based fertilizer systems that could offer a local source, low-carbon alternative to imported urea and ammonia. That is essential across. The main objective of this research is to evaluate the potential strategic suitability of decentralized biomass-based urea production from cereal crop residue using biomass gasification in West Africa. And the specific objectives here are four. The first one is to compute the technical potential of biomass-based urea production using the cereal crop residues. The second is to assess which West African countries has the highest strategic suitability, basing it on a mapping of surplus and gap produced from the technical urea production, which will be calculated. The third one is to evaluate the substitutional percentages for import urea offset. And lastly is to categorize West African countries based on domestic coverage urea supply percentages. The methodological framework is here presented. The study started by collecting secondary data from FAO Stat from the year 2014 to 2023, that's the decade-long data, for cereal crop production, and also secondary data for residue to product ratio and also the surplus availability factor, which will be subjected to the biomass resource assessment by using these three equations. And then the estimation of biohydrogen potential by using the general gasification equation and putting in some assumptions to have equation 4 and 5, which gives you the theoretical and the technical biohydrogen estimation. Then we move into the estimation of the ammonia and that of the urea by using a stoichiometric reaction. Then finally, the study looks into the economic analysis by mapping surplus and gap using equation 6 and 7. Then move into the domestic urea coverage by using equation 8. So moving into the results and discussion, since it is an online presentation, I only have 10 minutes. So we move into the first one, which is figure 2, looking at the average cereal crop production. And here you can see disparities when it comes to maize, millet, rice, and sorghum, which are the 4 major cereal crops produced in West Africa. And you can see this disparity is based on the climatic zone in which these crops are being produced. You can see in Nigeria shows a high cereal crop production when it comes to maize and millet, and even that of sorghum, depending on the area in which it has been grown. If it is in the northern part where you have the Sahelian climate, you can see that of Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali shows a high production when it comes to sorghum and millet because of their arid to semi-arid region to the desert climatic zone, where these crops prevail more because they are drought-resistant crops. Then we move into figure 3, which looks at the average annual theoretical and technical potential. The reason why I put these two, so that you can see the comparison when it comes to the theoretical and the technical potential of residue availability. Because here we are subjecting the residue that is available to the surplus availability factor, which talks about the useful biomass that is present. So here, by subjecting the surplus availability factor, we are here now showing you that we are only using the unused biomass of this region so that we can at least have the real technical value of the available biomass in each of these regions. Then that is being subjected to the estimation of the biohydrogen potential, which is shown in figure 4. Here you can see in Nigeria, Mali, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Guinea shows high potential of biomass potential. And this is a very good result because it shows that these countries can have a decentralized system when it comes to biohydrogen production, and also they are also good when it comes to the production of ammonia, because you will need this hydrogen in the Haber-Bosch process to undergo the ammonium production. Then we move into figure 5, which looks at the estimation of the technical ammonium production. And
excuse
here
me,
you
Anne?
can see Nigeria taking the lead, followed
Excuse
by
me?
Niger, Burkina Faso.
Anne?
Yes, please.
Pardon me, it's just a warning that you have about 2 minutes of your allocated time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. And the next now shows the estimation of technical urea potential. This shows that with the availability of biomass, you can see how there is a direct relationship when it comes to the urea production by using the conversion efficiencies, of course. Then we look into the surplus and gap metrics. By the surplus and gap metrics, here we can see which countries are import dependent, which can undergo into exports, which can be regional hubs, or we can even have a small scale industrial farm for rural industrializations. Figure 8 shows the substitutional percentage. Here the substitutional percentage, they tell us how much the importation can be offset by each country. And here you can see Niger has a huge substitutional percentage, which can now tell us that it can be a regional hub for West Africa. And that of Ghana and Senegal also shows promising results. Now we go into the figure 9, which shows the tier level based on local domestic coverage. Here we utilize the economic, the ECOWAS regional fertilizer strategy for an increase of about 80% in local fertilizer coverage. So this is what we use, and then develop a scoring tier. Here it is showing us that all countries in West Africa can attain their domestic coverage, but Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria fall short. So the limitation of this research is that there wasn't any social adaptation and community impact assessment done, and a pilot project was not implemented. And also when it comes to the cost benefit analysis and that of the sensitivity analysis wasn't done, because this research was based on volume-based production and not the price-based production. So in conclusion, it shows that there is abundant feedstock, especially when it comes to agricultural cereal crop residue across West Africa. which can offer a sustainable base for biourea production. And it shows that there's a demand offset, especially for countries like Niger, which exceed about 200% of local urea demand. And it also shows regional impact, where surplus demand gap supports ECOWAS trade and align with sustainable goals for green agriculture and energy independence. And overall, it is a strategic investment in biourea. It's a strategic investment which can transform West Africa fertilizer landscape and drive regional resilience. These are my references. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anne, for your presentation on the biohydrogen. I will ask that you remain online till the end where we have the Q&A. Thank you so much. All right, up next we have Abio, who is also online. They will be presenting their title, Stranded Infrastructure, North Africa, Egypt. Abio, welcome. Please do come in.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, let me share my screen in a... can you see my screen?
Yes, you may proceed to just put it in presentation mode.
I have.
Gladys?
Yes, can you put it in presentation mode?
Okay, it's probably still coming through. It's not yet. There seems to be a delay. Gladys, can you try and refresh?
Okay. Can you see it now?
We can see the presentation, except it's not in presentation mode.
Okay. Maybe I'll stop sharing. Let me share again.
All right.
Let me share. Let me share now. Hello. Can you see my presentation now?
We can see it. I think we'll just give it a second to load it on the presentation mode. I think there's the same issue again. Gladys, can you just make sure that you click on the presentation icon?
Yes, I have. Am I in slideshow now? Presentation?
Is that appearing on your side?
Yes, it is.
Okay, probably a delay. I think you could just start. It will probably be displayed as you go along. You can go ahead, Gladys.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share the work of my group. My name is Abio Gladys, and I'm a master's student at Ashesi University in Ghana. Yeah, the title of our work is Investigating the Phenomenon of Stranded Infrastructure in Africa, and our case country was Egypt. So we know that the world is shifting from fossil fuel consumption to more of renewable consumption in our electricity mix. So this trend is seen by a growth of about 8% globally of renewables over the past decade. And 90% of these new installations are actually from wind and solar. So as of 2023, 30% of global electricity actually was coming from renewables. Looking at Africa in particular, 65% of our renewable growth is actually from hydro, and then the rest are actually wind and solar. So looking at Egypt, Egypt has evolved in its renewable energy space from conventional renewable energies to new renewable energies, wind and solar.
Gladys,
So
pardon me,
yes,
can you move the slides on the left pane because it's still on the introduction slide?
I had moved the slides already.
Okay, try exiting the presentation mode.
I've exited the presentation mode.
All right. Are we on the same page now? You're on the introduction slide. Is that where you should be?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm not in presentation mode yet.
That's the case, you're not, but I think we can proceed given that we do have an issue with that. Please proceed.
Yeah, sorry for the challenges. Yeah, so we see that from around 2001 to up to now, Egypt has evolved its new renewable energies with several installations in wind and solar over the past 20 years. Furthermore, looking at Egypt's electricity mix, currently it's at 75% fossil fuels, but by 2035, the country wants to shift to 55% fossil fuels, and they want to increase their renewables from 20% to 42%. So this will lead to a doubling of solar and wind capacity by 2035. So we also see that the current electrification as of 2023 of Egypt is around 99%, and this has been facilitated by several policies that have involved huge investments from private sector. And some of these models have been the feed-in tariff, the build, operate, and own, and the power purchase agreements by the government of Egypt and private sector. So these have encouraged rural electrification and reduced reliance on diesel. So we see that the current renewable energy capacity in Egypt is growing much faster than supporting infrastructure like storage, grid flexibility, and transmission. So we see that this development renders development in renewable energies a little bit pretty risky due to underutilization, thus culminating to possible stranding of the infrastructure. So this leads us to our topic, stranded infrastructure. So according to IRENA, stranded infrastructure can be defined as assets that have utilization of below 50%, if they have been abandoned or underused due to financial, technical, or policy issues, or dispatch challenges because of grid constraints or isolation. So the objective of our study is to quantify these constraints that affect stranding, of which include technical and financial and also policy issues. So our methodology seeks to use quantitative tools such as utilization matrices, localized cost of electricity analysis, and merit order analysis to analyze dispatch efficiency. Looking at our performance matrices, we used the capacity factor, which measures actual output to like the maximum possible output from a power plant, resource utilization, which evaluated how well natural resources are converted to electricity, grid utilization, how how much of the generated electricity was converted to grid, into the grid. Also, our effective utilization was we multiplied the resource utilization factor with the grid utilization factor. Yeah, looking at our results, so the results show capacity factor versus installed capacity. So when you look at the 2023 and 2024 capacity factors, we see that generally there is a decrease in capacity factor from wind, solar, and hydro as well. So this capacity factor shows, when you look at solar in particular, we see that actually the capacity of solar almost doubled, but the capacity factor generally decreased. So this showed that though solar capacity increased, but the storage capacities and other infrastructure that can help uptake of the energy from solar was still low. So this renders the installations, we could term them stranded because of the utilization. Yeah, when we look at wind as well, it has a similar trend, and we see this. It would have been an issue from saturation of the grid, so most of the wind energy would not have been able to be utilized by the grid. Yeah, looking at hydro as well, we see variation. The possibility of lower factor could have been due to variations in seasons of water. Yes, so looking at our resource utilization, grid utilization, and effective utilization, we see that all the power plants, wind and solar, all have a utilization factor greater than 50%. But we see that resource utilization is relatively, resource utilization and grid utilization are not up to par. So this shows challenges affecting resource utilization more than grid utilization, because more of the energy that has been supplied is taken up by the grid. Furthermore, looking at
Gladys, if I can come in, it's unfortunate your material is not being displayed. Although we're following the audio, your material is not displayed. But you do have 2 minutes of your allocated time remaining. See if you can move the presentation to where you are now.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes. Just try doing that as you move along with the presentation.
Okay, so let me just present in this mode. So the analysis that we did, we sought to explain dispatch priority, and then we see that the merit order analysis ranks power plants based on the lowest to the highest, based on the marginal cost of electricity as per the technology. And then we see that renewable technologies have a generally low cost, marginal cost, compared to the gas and other technologies. Okay, so we see that renewable energies are the cheapest option as per the analysis, but their dispatch is not, they don't have dispatch priority because of grid congestion, flexibility, and storage. So we see that future demand needs to, the stakeholders need to strengthen grid flexibility and storage to ensure uptake of this energy from these technologies to reduce the risk of stranding of this infrastructure. Furthermore, we also chose to do an economic analysis to show that stranding can also become an economic burden to the stakeholders in the power supply industry in Egypt. So we found that these are the graph that we did shows economic loss due to underutilization And we see that there is an increase in loss from 2023 to 2024 from almost all of the power plants. So as for our recommendations, we recommend that the grid infrastructure is enhanced to allow uptake of these technologies, and also plant optimization to reduce underperformance and encourage and increase resource utilization. So also in our conclusion, we want to say that renewable energy development in Africa is really moving at a fast pace, but it requires meticulous planning across all phases of development, from generation to grid integration and storage, so as to reduce the risk of stranding due to underutilization of the current technologies. Thank you so much for listening.
Gladys, thank you so much in your efforts to still proceed with your presentation, although we had the issue of the display. Thank you very much. Again, please do remain online for the Q&A. Right, moving on, our third presenter in this session is none other than Neil Barty. Are you here? This is a in-person presentation on the title Life Cycle and Circularity Assessment of Green Liquid Fuel Gas, a renewable alternative to LPG for clean cooking in Southern Africa. Welcome, please do take the floor.
Hi everyone. Is it on? Yes. Thanks for the introduction. And thank you for coming to this session to listen to what we have to say. So I'm happy to present another project of ours called Green Quest, and more particularly focus on life cycle, the life cycle assessment, environmental assessment, and the circularity assessment for green liquid fuel gas. And I'll explain what that is. Just a quick outline, very quick background, talk about LPG because it's related to what we are doing, talk about the Green Quest project, go through the environmental life cycle assessment, just some brief results from there, and do a circularity, show some results from the circularity assessment. So just a quick background on clean cooking in Africa. So in terms of access, we know that more than 25% of households in Southern Africa still rely on polluting fuels, wood, charcoal, kerosene, or they use biomass as a fuel, but in an inefficient cook stove, which still emits dangerous chemicals. And while it's decreasing, this phenomenon is decreasing in other parts of the world, it's increasing in Africa, which is concerning, and that's mainly because of population growth that is outpacing the introduction of clean fuels. In terms of health, these polluting fuels release carbon monoxide, fine particulates, and they have very severe health risks. And it's been estimated that in 2023 alone, there were 800,000 premature deaths just because of this issue. There's inequity because women and children are relied upon mostly. I don't want to generalize, but in most cases they collect biomass, and that robs them of time for education and other more productive activities. And of course, climate. We have household biomass combustion that causes more than 2% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and also 25% of black carbon emissions, which is even worse, and it causes considerable localized warming as well, which impacts local environments where these people are living. So that brings us to LPG, which we know already is it's considered a clean cooking fuel, tier 4, which has certain requirements. I should say it's a clean cooking fuel, and what they mean by that is it's clean for health. So it's a clean fuel with emissions lower than, people won't get sick from it like they do from biomass cooking. The demand for LPG is expected to grow considerably. That graph there on the right-hand side shows the demand increasing. And the current supply in South Africa Southern Africa is mostly dependent on imports. The problem we have, while it's clean for health, it's not necessarily clean for the environment because the supply is currently mostly fossil derived. And this is obviously in conflict with climate goals. So while we are we're doing good for clean cooking and health, we are still not addressing the environmental problem that comes with fossil-based fuels. Of course, bio-LPG is also an option, but the scale-up of bio-LPG has been limited by the availability of feedstocks. We're not ruling it out it's definitely a promising option, and we like to contribute to the whole picture. So that brings us to the GreenQuest project, where we want to produce, or we have already produced, a green version of LPG. So it's a power-to-liquid version, which then also addresses the environmental issues. So, of course, it's made also with green hydrogen and carbon dioxide that we capture from an industrial point source. And for this, we've assumed cement, because we have a lot of cement plants in South Africa in specific areas where we can capture CO2 from the waste gases. Now, the GreenQuest project is doing a lot more than what I'm presenting today. On the technical side, there's developing the process, developing catalysts. We are, with our partners at CSIR, developing a composite cylinder, which is much lighter and compatible. We have a socio-technical analysis, which looks at business models, potential markets, social acceptance, and social impacts like job creation. Our colleagues have had interviews, for instance, with community members. I'm really trying to get buy-in, including all stakeholders. Techno-economic evaluation, of course, we looked at several options, process configurations, and our colleagues at UCT did a techno-economic analysis to see where we are in terms of the viability of the project. And then the environmental impact is what I'll be talking about today. I'll present greenhouse gas emissions and circularity assessment. So just quickly, in terms of the LCA processes that we modeled, the two main input processes, of course, to get the CO2 from the cement plants. So you have the waste gas coming in, capture process, and we have carbon dioxide coming out. And we have the green hydrogen production with electrolysis and water coming in. We have assumed renewable electricity for all our hydrogen cases and some carbon capture cases. I will present those. Then we have the production process, where the CO2 and the hydrogen get converted to syngas. We produce methanol. Methanol goes to DME, and then the DME is converted to the end product. And we also have gasoline as a byproduct, which is also a green gasoline then, because it was also made from green hydrogen. We have a water circularity there, also with some of those reactions producing water. We take that back to the electrolysis process. And of course, all those process steps have emissions that need to be taken into account. After that, we have storage of the produced product, distribution to the customers, and then, of course, it's used for cooking. So just looking at greenhouse gas emissions to start with, those charts show the greenhouse gas emissions. You can see the unit there is grams of CO2 per megajoule of our fuel product, green liquid fuel gas instead of liquid petroleum gas. And the LPG reference is there shown as a red line. So I'm showing the first case. You can see the result is 146, which is above the reference value. So it fails the test. It's not doing better. But this is not it's not a real case. We are using green hydrogen there, but the system wasn't well designed. It was not heat integrated. So any excess heat that we had in that process was in effect lost. But I wanted to show how that can be improved if we don't do that. In the second case, we are using renewable electricity for hydrogen production, green hydrogen, and we are also using it for carbon capture. We have done a proper heat integration in the plant. In other words, we are moving around excess heat to cover demands as best as possible, to minimize heat losses. And if we have any surplus gasoline, we are exporting it. And for that, you get a credit. For the last option, this is our best option, you're simply using renewable electricity for everything. So all the processes run with renewables. You can see the emissions that remain. The top gray block there is the combustion of the product, which you can't avoid. The next block, the dark blue, is the distribution. So it's trucking and transporting cylinders and tankers with the fuels to the communities. The electricity for electrolysis, can't do much about that yet. And then, of course, we have the negatives. So we get a credit for the CO2 that we captured. We get a credit for excess heat that we can export, and also for the gasoline that we export. So that all contributes to giving us a greenhouse gas emissions way below the LPG limit. So the last two cases, they are both better performers than LPG. And if you, the fuel will be will have the same properties as LPG. So it's going to be a clean fuel and environmentally friendly. So from the slide, maximum incorporation of renewables and design for energy management. So this heat integration, you must design a plant for that upfront, because it's very difficult to do it later on. Design it in that way, you can easily do better than LPG at the moment. So the next thing to look at is a circularity assessment, because we want to contribute to circular economy, this transition as well. So there's a need, you need to find a way to quantify circularity. Anyone who has worked, who has tried to do this will know that there are so many indicators out there, you don't know what to pick, what's relevant and what not, but there is a framework that I found from the reference that you can see at the bottom of the screen. It's called the Micron Framework for Circularity. So what I want to say there is circularity or circular economy is not just about circles. It is about them, reuse, refurbishment, recycling, but it's also about minimizing waste and pollutants, decreasing consumption of natural resources, taking care of water, increasing the consumption of renewables, materials and energy, and decreasing emissions. So not all of those things are physically circular, but they count as circular strategies. Okay, so using that framework, this is the result for our product, green liquid fuel gas. If I compare it to some existing fuels, you can see that we want to be on the outside of the ring, because that means complete circularity. And on the inside is obviously the worst you can do. So our overall score is 80%, which is higher than all the other fuels that I'm referencing there. With emissions, the only one doing better is hydrogen production via wind. And that is because when you consume that hydrogen, you're not releasing any carbon dioxide, because there is no carbon in hydrogen. So that's why they do better with the emissions indicator. And in materials, referring to renewable materials, the biomass gasoline does better, just in that category, because biomass is more environmentally friendly than capturing CO2 that had already been produced. I mean, nature uses photosynthesis to capture CO2 from the atmosphere, but we have to use processes that use other materials and energies, and that's why we can never get to 100% in that case. So overall, we're doing better than methanol from coke. Obviously, all those processes, we are doing better than them. So in terms of circularity compared to those fuels, we are doing quite well. Since then, unfortunately, that example I showed did not have LPG in it. The reference, unfortunately, didn't include LPG in their results. But I have since been able to calculate some well-known indicators that are incorporated into some LCA software as well. The first one is the material circularity indicator developed by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation initially. The range there is from 0.1 to 1. LPG, the score is 0.102. So it's basically linear, it's not circular. Whereas our two options that I showed are 0.55, 0.88, so much better. The circularity index also looks at energy used, how much energy you need to recycle things. It runs from 0 to 1. LPG is almost 0, but our products 0.3 and 0.6. So really good in terms of circularity. So just to summarize, GLFG achieves emissions well below those of LPG when you use renewable electricity. And it underscores its potential as a low carbon cooking fuel, clean cooking fuel, so it's clean and environmentally friendly. We also got the best circularity performance that I just showed. So maximizing the renewable energy use and advanced heat integration in process design upfront can position GLFG as a scalable drop-in. And we're saying scalable drop-in because it's totally compatible with LPG. We don't need new infrastructure. It can be dropped in to existing distribution channels and so on. So it can be dropped into a point and eventually even replace LPG as an environmentally clean option as well. So it contributes to clean cooking, decarbonization, and circular economy. And then just the caveat is that this is only circularity and environmental impact that we looked at. But we do need to combine the social impacts that we analyzed in one of our work packages and the techno-economic analysis in the others, combine them to get an overall sustainability assessment, because that's the only way you can get a true picture of how sustainable a product is. And this is what we are working on over the next 12 months of the project. Again, I would just like to acknowledge our project partners. You can see the logos there. And again, the German BMFTR for their support and funding. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Neil. Indeed, some innovative information shared there. Right, so last up we have, we have in person Lydia Nduka Aremu. She will be presenting on assessing the role of decentralized green hydrogen technologies in advancing sustainable green building development in Africa. Welcome, please do take the floor.
Good day, everyone. My slide. Okay, I'm Lydia Remu, a student of Covenant University and on a SIM Exchange Mobility Program at Malawi University of Business and Applied Sciences. My presentation is on assessing the role of decentralized green hydrogen technologies in advancing sustainable green building development in Africa, a case study of Malawi and Nigeria. This is my table of contents, going from introduction to the statement of problem, the aim of the study area, methodology, the result and discussion, conclusion, and reference. By introduction, the global pursuit for sustainable development highlights the urgent need for clean, renewable, and decentralized energy system, especially in the built environment. Therefore, it is important for us to integrate decentralized green hydrogen with sustainable building practices, which can significantly enhance energy independence and reduce carbon emission in African countries like Malawi and Nigeria. These technologies are particularly relevant for Africa, where access to energy remains a significant challenge. For example, in Malawi, there is about 11% of the population that has access to electricity, with 5% rural access, with the majority still relying on traditional biomass. While in Nigeria, despite having vast renewable resources, they still face chronic energy deficit, with only about 40% of the population connected to the national grid. On the statement of problem, Africa faces a dual crisis of energy insecurity and unsustainable construction practices, which collectively undermine its transition towards a low-carbon future. Building in most African countries, including Malawi and Nigeria, remain heavily dependent on fossil-based energy sources, contributing significantly to greenhouse gas emission and escalating operational costs. The potential solution to this problem: while green building frameworks are gradually gaining traction, their implementation is often centralized, grid-dependent, and disconnected from localized renewable innovations. Just like in Nigeria, we have some existing green building, but these green buildings still depend on the grid for electricity and power. Green hydrogen produced through decentralized renewable powered electrolysis offers a transformative opportunity to bridge this gap. The aim of this study is to assess the role of decentralized green hydrogen technologies in advancing sustainable green building development in Africa, with a focus on supporting the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals 3, 7, 9, 11, 12, and 13, using Malawi and Nigeria as case studies. That the study area, geographically, this study is focused on Malawi and Nigeria. Malawi is a landlocked nation situated in southern Africa with an estimated population of 21 million as of 2024 and is bordered by Zambia, Mozambique, and Tanzania. While Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation, with an estimated population of 213 million people as of 2021, have abundant natural and human resources, but still face energy deficiency. Nigeria is bordered by the Gulf of Guinea, Niger, Chad, Cameroon, and Benin. The methodology to achieve the aim of this research, we adopted a mixed method approach combining quantitative survey analysis and a technical assessment. About 200 structured questionnaires were distributed, 100 questionnaires per country, and the data was analyzed. The technical analysis was conducted also to determine the optimal system sizing for decentralized green hydrogen system to meet the minimum energy demand in rural, semi-urban, and urban residential buildings. And the result and discussion see that the sample was determined based on accessible population of stakeholders in both countries actively involved or knowledgeable in green building and hydrogen technologies, ensuring that responses were collected from relevant experts and decision makers. These are the results. I will see from this that the awareness level in Malawi is low. For Nigeria, it is higher. The policy supports there is none existing currently in Malawi, while in Nigeria it is limited and fragmented. The initial cost barrier in Malawi, it is severely low due to the low purchasing power. It's also low in Nigeria. The skill gap in Malawi, there's systematic technical and safety training deficits, while in Nigeria there's need for specialization in hydrogen handling and storage. This is the technical analysis, and for me it is seen that rural buildings have the lowest demand of energy. Semi-urban buildings use more than double electricity of the rural areas, while for the urban, they are the most energy intensive with the highest demand, which is nearly 4 times that of the rural buildings. In conclusion, decentralized green hydrogen system can significantly enhance energy reliability and reduce dependence on diesel generator in Africa. And from the data analyzed from the questionnaire, stakeholders agree that green hydrogen technology offer climate and energy security benefits, positioning it as a tool for sustainable development, not just industrial decarbonization. The technical analysis confirmed that urban households require approximately 25 to 26 solar panels to meet the average electricity demand of 10 kilowatt per hour per day, while semi-urban households require 16 to 17 panels, and rural households require 6 to 7 panels. Potential CO2 of up to 5.77 metric tons per year can be abated in an urban household annually using a hydrogen solar panel to replace diesel generator. This widespread adoption is constrained by high capital costs and limited infrastructure, requiring policy, financing, and capital building intervention. These are some of the reference used. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lydia. I must say you were commendable in how you utilized your time. So that brings us to the end of the presentations. I think our presenters did quite well in delivering their presentations. So with that, we have come to the Q&A. I do hope that you have your notes, and we can open up the floor. I'll just ask that you introduce yourself. Just give us your name, background, and then who you are addressing your question to. May we circulate the mic, and just give me an indication if you would like to pose a question. There is no raise. There is no indication. Do we? All right, I think while we wait for anyone to still gather themselves, I have a question, and this goes to the LPG, I think the alternative. I would just like some clarity, if you can give us an indication, the production, especially with the cement, is it residue? Yeah, is the production on site, or what is the provision for storage and conveyance?
Can I answer from here?
Yes.
Okay, that is one issue we have between the different options that I showed as well. Is are these plants located next to each other or not? We have assumed that the electrolyzer for hydrogen production would be next to where the fuel is produced, but the carbon dioxide is not necessarily there. So the carbon has to be captured where the cement plants are located, because it's their off gas that contains the CO2 that we have to capture. So it must obviously happen there. And then the CO2 can be transported to where the hydrogen and the fuel production is. But this is an optimization problem that is, I would say, in progress.
Okay. Does it make it viable, though?
Jack, is it viable? I'm going to ask my GLFG father to answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the most likely situation is that you will produce the hydrogen at the CO2 source, and therefore also the product, synthetic LPG, will be produced at the source. It's a liquid, so that's not a real problem from a storage point of view, and then it will simply get distributed through the existing LPG infrastructure. I mean, the whole point is it's a drop-in fuel, so there is no need for a distribution infrastructure. There's no need for different cook stoves. It goes into the same system. It'll simply get blended in, and as you make more and more, so you'll displace more and more fossil LPG. Economics have been calculated. So as Neil has indicated, and that's where the economics come from too, this was a specific location in the northwest of South Africa, at a place called Lichtenburg. There are 3 co-located cement plants within 20 kilometers of each other. And the capacity of green LFG production there would be about 800,000 tons per annum. So that's 60% more than South Africa currently consumes. So you can produce vast quantities of this stuff. There's no real limitation. The economics, as we currently have them, are the same as any green hydrogen PTX product. And it's more expensive. And the expense is mostly in the green hydrogen production. So if you look at the 100% cost of manufacture of green LFG, somewhere around about 75% or 75% is green hydrogen at the current estimated green hydrogen production costs. This is true for green ammonia, this is true for green methanol, this is true for green DME, because hydrogen is the principal additional cost. Yeah. So it doesn't look any different in that sense to sustainable aviation fuel, e-methanol, or DME, even ammonia. And ultimately, to get those prices to be competitive with the existing fuels, you have to get the price of green hydrogen down.
Okay. Thank you very much for your feedback. Do we have any questions from the audience? Or can I shoot my second one? All right, my second question is addressed to Gladys. I think considering the session theme of developing strategies and implementation, have you considered, or what do you deem are the policy enablers that could aid in the, is it scaling or rolling of the hydrogen-based building solutions? Yes. Pardon? Gladys. Did I get the names wrong? Pardon, it's Lydia. Yes. So the question is for you. The question is, what do you see are the policy enablers for the scaling up of the hydrogen-based building solutions? Do you foresee any policies that could aid in improving the green hydrogen production and as far as the building solutions are concerned? Do you know of gaps that would otherwise make it a challenge?
All right, so I co-supervise the work. So I think for the green building, I think for the policy, I remember for Nigeria started a policy document for green hydrogen implementation, but for building, it wasn't considered. Majorly, I think it's majorly for other uses like transport and some other things. So well, I think the policy depends mostly on the government side, and I think other like organizations like in Nigeria we have Japan and Nigerian Hydrogen organization that is trying to help the government with policy, but for Malawi, I'm not sure there is any current supports for policy implementation. So I think there's a need between the government, private, and like it has to be a kind of collaboration work. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Once again, I extend the invitation to the floor for any questions or comments. All right, one last one from me. If Gladys, if you are still online, I have a question in as far as the stranded infrastructure is concerned. Have you identified any opportunities to retrofit or repurpose the stranded infrastructure? Are you there, Gladys?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, so as per the question, so the case study so the first case study we did was based on several African countries, but now Egypt's development of infrastructure is relatively different from other countries. So for Egypt's case in particular, the development trends are going into development of of storage capacity, and the country is also looking at using green hydrogen, like converting some of that energy to green hydrogen. But when you look at other countries whose development is not as much as Egypt's infrastructure in particular, there would definitely be higher possibilities of stranding.
Okay. Right, is that all, Gladys? Thank you for your feedback, Gladys. Are you still online?
Yes, I am.
All right. Do you want to continue? Is that all?
Well, I don't know whether I've answered your question to.
Yes, it was pretty much focused on Egypt, but you've touched on others, which is fine. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this session. Unless we do have any questions, I will then call it a day for now. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you to the last, but not the least, session of this very exciting conference. I think I'm very excited because from looking at the ideas exchanged over the past 2 days, I think we are shaping the future of Africa's green transition. This conference for me, from those parts I've attended, I think a lot of exchanges have indicated that we are clearly looking forward and seeing to the possibility that circular economies are going to be a good way to go if we are going to change Africa's way of doing things, especially if we embrace innovations in green hydrogen and also take on the empowerment of renewable energies. We have all the capacities. So having said that, our last session is looking at strategies and implementation, and I think this is a good way to end. So the two presentations we are going to get, they are supposed to be 3, so we are likely to finish earlier today. There are supposed to be 3 presentations, but one will not be available. So it's my pleasure to invite Clyde Costa. Clyde Costa, please, can you come and take your seat here? And I would like to call Ibrahima Pohomo. Ibrahima Pohomo. Is he or she here? Ibrahima sounds female. Is he or she here? Oh, he's online. Okay, yeah, he's indicated online. Ibrahima, are you online? Can you hear us? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is James Katende. I'm based at the Namibia University of Science and Technology, the best in Namibia. So, without further ado, I would like to call on Clyde. Please come and take the stand.
So, hello everyone. My presentation today is titled Methodology to Access Circularity Strategies in Construction Sector in Angola. I know you've been listening for a while, but the good news is we are almost done. So please stay with me just a little bit longer. I hope you will enjoy it. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Clyde Costa. I'm a PhD student in Sustainable Energy Systems supported by FCT, Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, and I'm hosted at Adaila ETA at the University of Coimbra. My home institution is ESP Tundavala, has given me a lot of support, which I really appreciated. Before I continue, I would like to ask you for your understanding because my English is not perfect yet, but I promise I will improve by the next conference. Here is the agenda. First, a short introduction, then the concepts and principles of circular economy. Next, circular economy in construction in Angola. Then the methodology I propose to assess circularity, and finally the main conclusions. So, the construction industry is one of the main pillars of economic and social development in many countries, and it's especially true for emerging economies like Angola. It is directly connected to infrastructure development, to creating jobs, and to stimulating productive value chains that supports other sectors of the economy. So, understanding how this sector can evolve towards circularity and sustainable practices is essential for the country's future development. However, alongside all this positive contribution, the construction sector is also one of the most environmentally impactful industries. It consumes a large amount of raw materials, energy, and water, and generates a significant quantities of waste and greenhouse gas emissions. So, while it supports development, it also puts a great pressure on the environmental, which is why rethinking the way we build is so important. The environmental challenges we see in the construction sector are mostly linked to the linear economy model, a system that still dominates the way we build and produce based on a simple logic: extract, use, and dispose. This approach leads to resource depletion, waste generation, and environmental degradation. In contrast, the circular economy offers a strategic alternative. It encourages us to keep materials in use for as long as possible, to reduce waste, regenerate natural systems, and to rethink how we design and build infrastructure. For this reason, we need to move from a linear economy focused on more production, more consumption, and more waste, to a circular economy inspired by the nature's own cycles. As Lavoisier said, nothing is lost, nothing is created, everything is transformed. But I ask you, it's easy to change? No. The answer is simple. It's not easy to change, of course. Even in our short lives, change is not easy. Now imagine changing the whole system, all the sectors that produce goods and services. Yes, it's a long journey, but it's also a necessary one. The road is long, but as the old African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Now, I would like to share some principles, some key principles of the circular economy. The first one is the system thinking. It means that everything is connected: people, nature, materials, and the economy. Every decision creates an impact. The second is the value creation. Circular economy is not only about recycling, it's about creating long-term value, designing products that last and can be reused. And then we have the value of sharing. The benefits of circular practices should be shared between companies, communities, regions, and future generations. Another principle is resource management. We need to use what we have in a smart and efficient way to avoid waste. Resource traceability is also very important. We must know where materials come from, where they go after use. And finally, ecosystem resilience. Circular economy helps nature to recover. It supports healthy soils, clean air, and biodiversity. So, these principles remind us that circularity is not only technical, it is also a social and environmental thing. Let's look at some examples of how circular economy principles can be applied on construction sector. First, by using natural materials such as adobe, bamboo, or recycled wood. We can reduce carbon footprint and support economies. Another example is designing buildings for disassembly and reuse. It means that from the start, we think from the start about how materials can be recovered and reused at the end of the building's life. We also have the recycling of demolition waste, turning that what will be rubbish into a new construction materials. Modular construction is another great example. Actually, is the fashion construction right now. It allows faster buildings, processes, less waste, and easier maintenance. Circularity is also include energy and water efficiency systems, helping to reduce resource consumption during the building's operation. And finally, the use of material passports and traceability system, which help us to track materials throughout their life cycle and plan their reuse in future. So this practice shows that circular economy in construction is not only possible, it's already happened and brings a real environmental and economic benefits. Let me give you some context about Angola. Angola borders the Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Zambia, and here Namibia, and has a long coastline along the ocean, Atlantic Ocean. The country has more than 30.5 million people with a growth rate about 3.2% per year. Angola is very rich, very, very, very rich in minerals. It has 35 out of 45 minerals that are important for global trade. It also has a great potential of renewable energy. We have sun, we have water, we have wind. However, there are challenges. 41% of population lives about below 12 euros per month. And according to the multidimensional poverty report, every single person in Angola experiences at least 20% of poverty. This contest is important because it shows both the opportunities and challenges for implementing circular economy strategies in the country. Despite its potential, circular economy in Angola is still at an early stage. It is rarely addressed in academic research. For example, a simple search in Scopus database for circular economy and Angola gives only 2 publications, both from 2024. One focused on agribusiness, showing structural weakness, but also a great potential for growth. And the other one is on the hotel sector in Luanda, looking at circular economy adoption and benefits for managers and employees. For the construction sector, the situation is almost a blank slate. This shows that circular economy is a novel topic in the country, and there is a significant opportunity to explore and implement circular economy strategies in construction. Now let's look at the challenges and opportunities for circular economy in Angola's construction sector. First, the characteristics of the sector. There is a rapid urban growth, a high level of informality in construction practices, and frequent use of low durability materials. Second, the recurring problems. The sector generates a lot of waste, there is insufficient regulation and oversight, and resources are used inefficiently. Despite these challenges, there is a great potential to implement circular strategies, improve efficiency, reduce waste, and create social and economic value. Now I will explain the proposed methodology to assess circularity in Angola's construction sector. The main objective is to understand the perception of key actors in the sector about circular economy. This diagnosis can serve as a baseline for future action plans to implement circular economy in the country. So the key actors are engineers, architects, contractors, and researchers. And we will collect the data through questionnaires, interviews, and practices analysis. We want to explore their views on advantage, disadvantage, potential, and barriers when transition to circular economy practices. I want to note that this methodology is still in development, and any feedback or contributions are truly very welcome. This approach will help us to identify the current situation, opportunities and obstacles, and provide evidence for planning and policy development. Now, about the questionnaire, which, as I said, is still being developed, the idea is to create a reference line of what is considered ideal for circular economy practices adapted to Angola's socio-economic context. The questionnaire will consider different phases of construction: the design phase, the implementation or building phase, the end of the project, and eventually the end of the building's life cycle. It will explore the use of material resources, the management of construction and demolition waste, reuse and recycling of materials, awareness and training of staff on circular economy, energy efficiency and sustainable building technologies, barriers and incentives for adoption circular practices, and the perceived costs, benefits, and risks. This framework will help us to understand the current practices and perception and guide future action plans for circular economy in Angola's construction sector. So finally, the results of this research could be used to develop strategies to support the circular economy transition in Angola's construction sector, and some possible strategies can include continuous education and capacity building for engineers, architects, contractors, and staffs, tailor regulations and fiscal incentives to encourage circular practices, creation of sorting and material reuse centers to manage construction and demolition waste efficiently, integration of digital tools and technology to track materials and improve resource management, and the promotion of collaboration and knowledge sharing among stakeholders. These strategies can help the sector move towards a more circular, efficient, and sustainable future. So, we often use the equator to divide the world in two parts, the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. And I understand why. It helps to segment studies and organize data. But there are three important points to consider. Both developed and developing countries have different levels of maturity. They have different social and economic contexts. They have different values and priorities. Another important point is, in reality, we cannot divide the world in two. The planet experiences positive and negative effects as a whole. For example, the Amazon rainforest in the southern hemisphere, yet it is the lung of the entire planet. Meanwhile, the northern hemisphere, we have so much knowledge, innovation, and technology that can be shared globally. This shows that collaboration between North and South is essential. For this reason, I would like to conclude: developing countries should invest in education and create legislation to promote circular practices across all sectors. Finally, we must remember we are one planet. Positive or negative impacts affect everyone, everywhere. To succeed, yes, we need to move forward together, sharing knowledge, research, and solutions for a circular economy that benefits all. So thank you for your attention. I would like to leave you with a quote from John Legend: "We need to work together, share knowledge, and create solutions that benefit the entire planet." Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for keeping on time. So the last person is Ibrahima online now. The tech team is person online. If she's not, I could give her more time to continue. Ibrahima, can you hear us? Are you online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, Ibrahima.
Please, Ibrahima will not be able to present. He has sent an excuse, please.
Who is talking? Oh, someone is online. Okay, thanks for letting us know. So it's clear we've had the last presentation. Please, let's give her a hand of applause and then ask her questions. Thank you, Clyde. I'm sure you are ready to take questions. Questions, please. I'm sure you are not tired.
It's actually not a question, but you asked for suggestions. And I think something you should include in your questionnaire is what people understand under circular economy. Because I spoke to someone once and I said, oh, I'm interested in circular economy. And they said, oh, isn't that the new name for recycling? And it's not. It's way more than that. So it would be important to test what people understand
Otherwise, they will be limiting their thinking to recycling. But there's way more we can do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is a comment. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? For me, while you are forming your questions, let me just pose one. I'm just interested, the concept of circular economy, I think to be very nice to understand that one industry's waste becomes another industry's inputs. Now, in the context of the construction industry in Angola, can you give us some of the examples where an industry produces some waste and the construction industry makes use of that waste and the cycle continues?
For example,
I don't know if they will hear you online when you use. Okay, please go ahead.
So I will try to answer your question with my English. That is not so good, but I will try it. So in a context of the construction sector, we can use, for example, the waste of demolition building, like concrete, to use as an aggregate to new concrete, for example. We can reuse the wood also. We can use the vidro, the glass from the old construction and to recycle or even to reuse it. I don't know if... And if you think in a perspective of the modular construction, the building is conceived to not for demolition, but for this construction, to value the waste, to aggregate value to the waste to have more value when they are conceived thinking of the end of life of the material.
I assure you, your English is not bad.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I would have wanted to understand, for instance, the agricultural industry.
Agriculture?
Yeah. Is Angola's construction industry making use of waste from agricultural produce to
I'm not
do
aware of
anything?
it. I'm sorry, but I'm not aware of it. I can answer.
Are those
Sorry.
like rice husks being used for concrete mixing and reinforcement?
From agriculture, no. But we have, for example, the adobe. That is a brick that are very sustainable and have a specific characteristics for isolation, for example, but is associated to poverty because it's used by people with low budget, but it's a great material. And I have one student that is studying the adobe or what type of additions you can put on adobe to improve the resistance. I don't think he used waste from agriculture, but maybe we could research more about it.
Okay, thank you. Before some people are leaving, I just want to announce, while you are cooking your questions, I want to announce that the bus taking people to the gala dinner will take off from the entrance to this building at 18:30 or 6:30 p.m. Am I right? Yeah, 18:30. So please, we should be around that entrance. That's where the bus will take off from to take us to shake off all the the exhaustion and everything, and then refuel with a delicious meal. All right. Any questions, please? If there are no more questions, then we can release her to go back to her seat. I thought you were raising a question there. Okay, you swallowed it. All right. Thank you. Let's give her a hand of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the absentee presenters have given us opportunity to finish in good time. Let's refresh ourselves, those who can. Let's refresh ourselves and wait for the bus on the other side. But like I said, today's session is actually meant for us to think strategically on what is the way to go. We've looked at circular economy, we have looked at renewable energy and green hydrogen. All these are areas where innovations are never ending, and patents and so on. And I believe that as we have exchanged ideas here, they should form a blueprint for us going forward. What do we do for ourselves on this continent to ensure that we eliminate the type of poverty being talked about in a country which is stupendously rich in renewable energy, in natural resources? Is it oil? Angola has everything. And unfortunately, this is the pattern almost all countries on the continent. And I think as we continue to rub minds and exchange ideas, these things, let's not just wait for the papers to be published and we say, yeah, I got an article from ICERA 2025. Let's please run along with these ideas and see if we can make the continent shine the way we are supposed to shine. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to moderate this session. I've enjoyed myself and I hope you have also enjoyed it. Thank you. We meet at the gala.